Adelante, Juan Carlos.
Saludos a todas y todos desde el Instituto República y Democracia, en una tarde medio lluviosa de Madrid. Gracias a todos los que estáis conectados, gracias a nuestros invitados. En un seminario muy importante. Hace muchos años leí una pintada en una pared de Buenos Aires que decía que cuando teníamos las respuestas nos cambiaron las preguntas. Si no fuera bastante, en los últimos años hemos tenido una pandemia y ahora tenemos una guerra. Y todos estos elementos apuntan, insisten en la idea del calentamiento global, insisten en cambios geopolíticos, insisten en realidades electorales que no siempre están ayudando a que los pueblos puedan salir de sus problemas estructurales, y sobre todo tenemos un problema en la construcción de imaginarios. Un mundo donde parece que las brújulas se han desimantado, donde los mapas se han desdibujado y el problema es que si no sabemos hacia dónde vamos es difícil caminar. Decía el bueno de Mao Zedong que cuando no hay claridad ideológica no hay claridad tampoco en la organización. Y necesitamos organizar nuestros países para enfrentar desafíos enormes. El desafío mencionado del calentamiento global, el desafío de la robotización de la economía, el desafío de las migraciones, el desafío de los cambios geopolíticos que desembocan porque hay alguien que tiene interés en que así sea en guerras. Y necesitamos saber hacia dónde caminamos, puesto que el modelo neoliberal, aquel que empezó en el 73 seguramente con el golpe de Estado contra Salvador Allende, está agotado. Pero sin embargo tenemos muchos la inquietud, cuando no la certeza, de que va a morir matando. Y por tanto necesitamos concitar a los pueblos en alguna dirección, y para concitar en esa dirección necesitamos imaginarios, necesitamos un buen diagnóstico y también atrevernos a decir hacia dónde vamos. Hay una utopía neoliberal que capta los imaginarios de mucha gente, una utopía que dice que cualquier sueño se puede convertir en un derecho siempre y cuando previamente se mercantilice. Y frente a esa utopía mercantilizadora, consumista, el mundo progresista, ¿qué ofrece? Un mundo donde cuando gobernamos cuesta mucho gobernar y en cambio a la reacción le bastan a veces meses para desmantelar todo lo construido durante años. Además tienen un control de medios de comunicación, tienen oligopolios de diferentes ámbitos en el mundo y dificultan, ya digo, la construcción de esa alternativa. Y por eso la importancia de este seminario, donde hemos convocado, aparte de los mejores economistas del mundo y también a gente con responsabilidades políticas, a los que paso a presentar sin mayor dilación. Nos acompaña hoy
with us Alberto Garzón. He's an economist. He is now presently at the Ministry of Consumption in Spain. Alberto Garzón, we met him a few years ago when he was collaborating with his critical view with reference economists as Mr. Navarro or Juan Torres, and we would like to welcome him for being here with us. Javiera Petersen is with us, Subsecretary of Economy and SMEs in Chile, with the huge challenge they face in this country with Boric as president and with the constituent process that will probably give rise to a new process in Latin America and probably in the world, as constitutions in Ecuador and Bolivia marked this type of moment. The process that is now present in Chile will help to set how through constitutions we can think and have a different world. We also have Pablo Echenique with us. He is a scientist. He also stopped in his theoretical work and is presently with us at our parliamentary group as a spokesperson of Unidas Podemos, but as always, he's very focused on his scientific and theoretical approach, always searching for the truth and always active in politics.
So without further ado,
now in the next few days we have relevant
we have Ha-Joon Chang,
diferentes economistas que creo que nos van a ayudar a perfilar.
We have different economists who are going to try and help us to see this view from the South, to help us interpret, as Galeano said, if the lions don't have their own historians, the hunters will continue to write history. So, without further ado, I'd like to thank everybody and all the technical staff behind the scenes, Vestrynge, Economies, for all the work they've done to set it up and organize it. We'd also like to thank the Ministry for Foreign Affairs and the Cooperation Project for setting up a series of subsidies that the Institute for Republican Democracy applied for and were successful. And that is funding this seminar, albeit it's not very much. So thank you very much. And I'll give the floor to our Minister and Economist, Alberto Garzón, to kick off this seminar. Thank you, Juan Carlos. First of all, I'd like to thank the Republican Democracy Institute for inviting me to participate in this event. I think it is essential for this kind of forum to be organized so that we can share our thoughts in this multidisciplinary crossroads of geographical origins and disciplines. So it's a pleasure to be here. We're going to try to keep to the time limits we have, but we have a very wide topic here, dealing with many different issues. I'm going to try and focus by giving some of what I believe are the main ideas. As Juan Carlos says, we need imaginaries, and these imaginaries don't necessarily need theories, but they usually do need theories behind paradigms, some kind of scientific framework that gives the political proposals that come from them rigor and basis. In this sense, one of the things that we have been wanting to do now for many years is the transition from the economic growth model to a different paradigm, different concepts that fit in better with development, a wider conceptualization, because economic development is usually reduced to just monetary issues, but development should recognize that life goes beyond production and monetary issues and has to do with material and non-material conditions. Now, this has been recognized in the development paradigm, and those of us who have studied development theories are fully aware of it, but it's not widespread in general society, because usually they identify the concept of growth and the concept of development. And there we're victims of inertias linked to the way in which what is economic over the last 200 years has been conceived. The economics coming from Karl Marx, David Ricardo, Malthus, classical economics, and it was conceived as something much wider that gave rise to economics and is present all over the world through many different institutions, usually neoclassic thought and economics faculties, neoclassicism, which has spread to all sectors of society, at the administration, the media, and many of us, if not all of us, are victims of this. We're victims of the lacks or the shortcomings of this paradigm that has not been connected often not been connected to human needs and biophysical aspects of the economy. This was reflected in The Limits of Growth, this famous essay. And so we've been speaking about science, that exact sciences, natural sciences, showing that the system or the economic subsystem has to be limited by the limits of the planet, because at the moment this is not taken into account. The limits of the world have already been surpassed by this economic process, and we are aware of that thanks to what we are learning from natural sciences, not from economists, because economists have been schooled in a discipline that does not recognize the limits of society. We have been educated in a series of inertias, and in fact, we apply these inertias sometimes in our own analyses. So we have to adapt to this new situation, which is the clear and inevitable situation of living within the limits of the planet. Humanity doesn't live outside the limits of our planet, but we have a specific economic form of being with economic laws that promote aggregate social behavior, a model of consumption that exert pressure on the planet which are not sustainable. Juan Carlos said that this is linked to climate change, but there's more to this. There are other impacts as well. It has to do with the over-extraction of material resources, not only energy resources, but also minerals too. That is, non-renewable resources that are being extracted at a rate which will reach its limit, and therefore its continuity over time will not be possible. Neither will the model of production and consumption that it has enabled be possible either. It's a specific system organized based on maximization of private profit and the power of competition, and the society is defined by this model as class societies. So consumption generates impact, and consumption comes from income. So societies structured by classes. In these societies, the situation is different depending on the social class. And not only do we have class-structured societies, but we have regions in the world that play a different role in the international division of this and suffer different impacts. There was a study last year which pointed out that in the US is responsible for 40% of CO2 emissions accumulated since 1850. CO2 emissions, as you know, is not a problem in itself, but rather the time that it accumulates and lasts in our atmosphere. Right now, China is one of the greatest emission creators, but the US is responsible for 40% since 1850, and Europe 20%. In other words, there are asymmetric responsibilities when we deal with the solution to this. It's important to point out that this is not only a scientific or technical aspect, but rather it necessarily involves regulations and laws. Humanity is not provoking this, but rather the model of production and consumption. So it's more reasonable to talk about eco-social crisis. The same way that we have ecological limits that we can't go beyond without endangering the existence of the planet, but there is also a bottom limit, basic needs that we have to fulfill if we are to have a free and decent life. Together with this, that we have to understand the link between natural science and social science. We have to understand the link between the natural limits of the planet and the inequality and social stratification in a class-based society, because that is the capitalist model. We have to talk, that leads us to talk about inequality. And at the current time, there is a global north, a global south, and a northern Europe and a southern Europe, not from a geographical point of view, but from the point of view of power relations, dependency, etc. I haven't got time to go into this right now. But in the same way as there is a global south, there is a periphery in Europe, and Spain forms part of it. And the process, the history is marked by relations of power and being subaltern with regard to the north of Europe. So there is a national level here and a social level, and we are capable of developing. How can we develop our country at the same time and limit the at the same time? And this is the puzzle that the left has at the moment. How can we manage to build a model of society which is also an economic model, not, and I don't mean a neoclassical model with the apportioning of resources and how they're distributed and consumed, but how we do that within the limits of our world, so that the members of society can develop in freedom, in a republican sense. There's an article by one of the speakers who's going to take the floor after, Ahumada, and he spoke about the positive freedom that has come from the theorists of political science. Juan Carlos Monedero has written a lot about that, but how we're capable of bringing together, living within the limits of our planet, developing our economy equally, in equal terms, to guarantee freedom politically. Positive guarantees for a society that has to allow our society not to be dependent.
This is what are the real changes of the international left for the next few years, and I hope we can approach them. Thank you, Juan Carlos. Thank you, Alberto. In this seminar of heterodox economy, we might have possibilities to find this common sense, as you said, has to go beyond the liberal concept of negative freedom, like leave me alone, or don't give me problems, or not paying taxes, or let me be on my own. And this heterodoxy of the economy allows us, in a way, to safeguard life. Gandhi was asked what did he thought about Western civilization. He said, it might be a good idea. But now we're going to move to Javiera. She's a secretary in Chile, as I introduced her before. They are living a very special time now in this country and continent, different from Europe. We're looking with certain fear, but you're looking from hope. And you are going to focus in your department to SMEs as a way to find a solution to build a sustainable economy that will help to reduce inequalities and safeguard the environment. Thank you, Javiera, for being with us, and you have the floor. Thank you, Juan Carlos. I would also like to thank the Institute República and Democracia for their invitation. I would like to greet all the panelists and the audience of today and the future. Of course, I would like to congratulate the organizers of this program for reflection, exchange of experiences. A few weeks ago, I went into a session for Alicia Bárcenas, and she stressed the importance of thinking of the South from the South at times where we have global challenges, but the impact is local. And I would like to speak about what we are doing and thinking in Chile from our government. Before the pandemic and the social revolt, Chile's economy was very tired. If we looked at the economic indicators in the 90s, the growth rate, the average GDP was around 5%. After the Asian crisis, the growth was at 3% and then getting to 2% in the period 2009-2018. We have a collapse in productivity. We can see it in the figures, and also the loss of exporting dynamism that was part of the country in previous decades was also showing this and in the process of the way we organize our economy. This can be seen in the gap between the export system and the informal economy, where we concentrate the majority of our labor. Another proof is social and economic conflicts. Chile is one of the 5 countries with more conflicts in the world, and the majority of them are related to access and use of water, which is also related to the great water requirements of the main economic activities. For our government, therefore, it's a priority to have economic dynamism, not only as an inclusive recovery plan, but also related to this last decade with the wage breach and gaps and the importance of climate change. The consensus I want to refer to contrast in a way with the different proposals in order to find a solution. So the political stance that for decades won the economic discussion worldwide has always stated to the Global South that the best economic policy does not challenge the market, those that keep the correct prices. And our countries have followed this recipe with more or less success. Comparative advantage related to a trade opening following certain strategic definitions. They define specialization sectors that determine today Chile's situation. 50% of exports correspond to primary goods, especially copper. Less than 1% are high technological manufacturing processes, which is similar to what happened 20 years ago. Our government understands to overcome this and go back to an economic dynamism. Closing this gap requires the development of productive capabilities, technological capabilities, and organizational ones, so we can have industries based on knowledge that generate quality employment and will adapt to the economic and environmental crisis. So to change all of this is essential in order to design policies that would meet the country's challenges, incorporating what history has always shown, that the so-called correct or exact prices are not generally important for the general interest. That's why in the Ministry of Economy, we are designing a long-term economic plan after reaching a consensus. We understand that development policies need this consensus. And the remaining minutes, I would like to mention two very important dimensions in the construction of our economic strategy. On one hand, we are discussing the institutionality for development and for economic and scientific and productive development. We are promoting the creation of a national development bank. As you know, financial markets without public intervention, they are always short-term. They don't give the financial instruments. They don't have the patience in order to catalyze public or private capitals towards industries that will allow a sustainable development. And therefore, we are working in an institutional design that will allow to reorganize the institutions, strengthening the role of those institutions, but with these patient funding lines so that resources might go to the right industries. And this is what we need in order to make progress in our economy. The second element is that from the Ministry of the Economy, we are working in an agenda that will allow to include gender perspective in the design of all economic perspectives, both short and long term, taking into account all productive units in the country, but understanding the specificities of different industries from a local viewpoint. Here I can speak about quotas, public purchasing programs that will include gender policies in relation to loans, and also the importance of those parts that have usually been outside those programs. And this is added to the national system of care that looks for a new development model with new competitiveness poles always being created with equality in relation to the people that can access to the projects we are promoting. We understand that traditional economic policies always looking for the strengthening the role of women in the labor market will not be useful if we do not have a system of care that understands the social co-responsibility of care. That's how we, in fact, understand it, and that's how we build a feminist government. That's all I wanted to say. Thanks a lot, and I hope you the best of success. Thank you, Javiera. As I said before, this passion, this emotion we have in Spain and Europe, looking at what's happening in Chile, and with the presence of a representative from the Ministry of the Economy. And we all know that we still have a lot to do with all those groups of the population without never forgetting the women. I was saying that Pablo Echenique is a theoretical, but also a practical politician. As a theoretical physicist, he has a look where he see things that we may not. And as a practical politician, he always dares to do things when we don't. And this braveness, this always look to the different powers make him somebody really loved, but also important for the development of alternative policies. He always focused on the South, on Argentina, on this broader continent that we sometimes forget. And Pablo, without further ado, you now have the floor. Thank you, Juan Carlos. First, I would like to thank the Institute República and Democracia for this invitation. It's a real pleasure to be able to be here and speak after Juan Carlos, after Alberto and Javiera. As Juan Carlos mentioned, I am a scientist, but I'm not, sometimes doing politics. I'm also a politician. And I would like to start by this second thing. And it's not very often the case that we say, and I want to say it now, that the anthropogenic origin of climate change is probably one of the best established scientific facts in humanity. The IPCC, the UN panel to study and analyze climate change, is a landmark in the history of science, together with the Geneva Particles Accelerator or the work of the NASA to gather thousands of scientists from different specialties in the world for decades to set scientific certainties that we humans can be based on, so that politicians can design public policies. This is something phenomenal, and I don't have many examples of this. I believe it's important to reiterate this when we're living in an anti-scientific reaction, a negationist one coming from the right wing in many areas of the world. I believe it's well established today that we are walking towards the destruction of the earth, and this has to do with human economic activity. And I wanted to start by this. This is not my opinion. This is science speaking. As Alberto said, the economy has to be responsible for this reality. Many of those that are listening to us today have probably seen the film No Mires Arriba. That's the way the story ends. If we don't take into account the UN Intergovernmental Panel, the world will finish as the film does, in disaster. And capitalism is always on the short term in the way it operates, and therefore we need to take this into account in the discussion when we think of other possibilities to economically manage the countries. I like to share an anecdote. When I was an anonymous person and therefore happier than now, I went to talk given by Mr. Uralde, the president of Greenpeace. He is now an MP with Green Alliance in Unidas Podemos political party. He is someone with a long environmental expertise. I went to his talk, and Juancho, more than 10 years ago, was already introducing the situation of climate emergency that the planet is not or then facing. And I remember that at a Q&A, I said something like, everything you have presented is correct, but do you believe that this can be stopped from a capitalist system? The answer was obviously no. And that's clear. It's clear that capitalism is the driver of climate destruction in our society. And we should take this into account as a parameter when we design economic policies that have to be different from the economic heterodoxy that has been implemented in the last few decades almost all over the world. So as we cannot be a democrat if we are not anti-fascist, we cannot be ecologist without being anti-capitalist. And I believe this could be considered as a proof, as scientifically possible as many other economic indicators. And if I now speak about the economic transformation and what is related to environmental sustainability, even though I fully agree to what was presented by Javiera, we need a revolution in the economy of care, and without it, we will never go into a fair economy. Either the efficiency that could be created with this type of economy that takes care of all areas of the population. But I would like to focus on the sustainability of the economy that is one of the pending transitions. And to conclude, and after having introduced the scientific need to implement this transformation and how this transformation is not compatible with capitalism, I believe that in order to land these ideas, we really need to think, how can we achieve this transition from the political stance? And in order to attain things politically, I believe that our colleagues from Chile very well know that we need social consensus, popular activism, and the support of the electorate. With this, I mean that as a scientist or a left economist, we know about the limits of the planet. We know that we cannot go on extracting raw materials. We know that we are at the limit of the planet's capacity to absorb human activity. At the same time, this transition has to be acceptable for a social majority. And for me, there are two elements that are requirements, essential requirements to attain the social and political support for this type of agenda. The first has to do with the difference among countries. As Alberto introduced, United States is the issuer of more than 40% of accumulated CO2. We cannot ask or request to those countries that couldn't benefit from this energy, as was the case by United States, to implement their economic development. We cannot tell them once United States has polluted the country, now we cannot tell them that they have to delay their economic development because thanks, quote unquote, to United States, we are now at the limit of a greenhouse effect. This is not.
This just wouldn't be acceptable for the societies of those countries, so it wouldn't be politically viable. Secondly, in each society, I understand that we cannot burden certain social majorities with changes in their lifestyle or economic problems in order to carry out this ecological transmission. It would be politically unacceptable for a government to suggest that a banker or an oligarch or the CEO of an energy company should make the same effort as a worker who's on a minimum wage. This would be morally unacceptable. And therefore, it would be impossible to obtain the majority's support of society for an environmentalist agenda. So the political parties that would defend this kind of an agenda would never get the necessary social support to implement these policies. And then also, as well as being unfair and unjust, there is an objective element, which is the rich pollute more than the working people. Somebody who has a yacht or a private plane, or may not have a private plane, but flies business class twice a week, pollutes much more, pollutes about as much as 100 working class families. And that's why, and when progressive forces, the left, put forward environmental transformation agendas, it's essential for it to be fair socially, and for it to be fair in other sense, and for it to be objective. It is absolutely essential to talk about the responsibility of the higher classes. That's the most efficient step to make our societies more sustainable. It is more just, and it is most acceptable for being able to promote this kind of political agenda. Sorry if I took up too much time. Thank you very much. Thank you, Pablo. We've got to the end of our time, but I don't want to finish without just asking you, giving you 2 minutes for all three of you to answer something that's underlying everything you said. Alberto is talking about socialism, and what are the risks that could stop that? Eco-socialism and eco-fascism. Javiera is working with small companies. How can you stop the advance of the multinational predatory companies? And they actually have the finance, and they devour these small companies. And I want to ask Pablo Echenique, how do, in the fight against climate change, how do you move forward when you have on the other side, you've got this promise of eternal consumption? 2 minutes each, 2 minutes each. How can we cooperate between the South? Spain is a peripheral country in Europe, in the European South. Is there some link here with the Global South?
Que nos promete que sí, que 1 millón de nosotros se salva.
A million of us will be saved on March in the future, according to Elon Musk, but that's not what we want, is it? Alberto, thank you. Juan Carlos, first of all, I think we economists have to learn the laws of thermodynamics. Pablo Echenique knows what we're talking about. First of all, we need to learn how the economy really works, and we have to study what Javiera says. We have to study the structuralist dependency authors of ECLAC, who know how to move forward arguments that put an end to inequality. And thirdly, there is a part of climate denial from certain groups in society, especially the alt-right, but most people in our society know that the planet has limits. The big difference is that they support Weber closure of society, barriers that separate us from the others. And we is sometimes understood in a nationalistic sense, in different sense, but it's linked to the anti-migration strategies, racism, xenophobia, and it's linked to the fact that we know there aren't that many resources in our world, but we don't want to share them. We want to take them over, and the rest of the world can suffer climate consequences and the environmental impact. That's eco-fascism, a solution based on authoritarianism, usually in favor of nuclear power, and they are solutions that are totally against what we would defend here, positive freedom, etc. I think it's important that we are aware that these are the real political challenges that face us, and we need to forge very wide South-South alliances and other alliances to fight this. Javiera? Thank you very much. I'm also going to try to be as precise as Alberto was. Our government is paying very special attention to SMEs. We think that building up a social and a productive fabric that is more democratic needs to bear this in mind. Several of the social reforms that we are contributing to the debate, for example, an increase in the minimum wage, will be linked to measures for SMEs to be able to pay that increase in minimum wages. That design of the policy is something that is being debated. In addition to the SMEs and micro companies, it's important for our government to promote partnerships, business partnerships. So cooperatives, for example, can see this because associationism and partnerships is very important to build our new development model, underlining the needs of peoples and also environmental sustainability. An example would be potential of cooperatives to bring together small peasant farmers with the right support from the state. They can advance and help Chile to have food sovereignty, which is key, one of the key challenges we have. Obviously, South-South cooperation is basic. As we said before, we have global challenges with local impacts, but we have to think about them and conceptualize them collectively. Thank you. Thank you, Javiera, and good luck with all the things you're doing. Pablo Echenique. Thank you, Juan Carlos. You've asked me the hardest question because it's the big battle, what you're asking me. That is to say, the system we live in has promoted consumption as a form of leisure, as a form of one's personal worth, as a form of having aspirations to change in our lives. And if we are to overcome that, the battle is cultural. I think that it's clear, I think it's obvious, I don't think it's disputed that human happiness basically comes from others. I don't think it's only a personal conviction of mine. I think it's based on studies. I think the more expensive watches you've got, or the more big houses you have, or the more you satisfy your desires with consumerism, the greater your lack of satisfaction will be. I think this is the cultural battle, and actually we're losing this cultural battle, and we need to win it. So we have to go to the real sources of human happiness, not the pretend ones that capitalism sells us. And now the material side of things, just briefly. I'm not so clear on the fact that the sum of all these doesn't work. The highest parasite class consumes so much in material terms that if they reduced their level of consumption to the level of the middle class and all the working class people increased their levels of consumption to the middle class level, there would probably be less overall. There'll be less consumption overall, because there are very, very few members of the parasite class, but they accumulate so much wealth and so much consumption that it's tremendous. But if there was clear degrowth in the parasite classes' consumption, this, I think, the level would be lower overall. Obviously, this has to be scientifically proved, but I think that's what the answer would be. Thank you. Well, I think this has been a brilliant inauguration to this seminar on going beyond post-extractivist development and going beyond extractivist development and heterodox economies. I've never understood why teaching economics has led us to failure. Nobody's asked why. Obviously, happiness and love, when you share them, multiply. So wonderful. It's wonderful to all be here, to all share affection with us, with each other from different parts of the world. Thank you very much, Pablo, Alberto, Javiera, for these words of introduction. And thanks to the Republic and Democracy Institute. We will continue with our seminar. Now we're going to hear Ha-Joon, Chang and José Miguel Ahumada from Chile to continue building these imaginaries. So I'll see you back in 5 minutes. A great pleasure. Thank you. Thank you very much.
With us, we have the pleasure of introducing Chang, one of the first critics of the idea of free trade, a great theoretician in understanding that not all countries use neoliberal policies or fair trade, but they stop using them when they become hegemonic powers. He's been appointed at the SOAS University of London, and you will see the great bookshop in his desk. Also, Mr. Ahumada, it's an honor to have you here. You've been a pupil of Ha-Joon, and you will now be the Subsecretary of International Economic Relations from Chile, with your master and one of the great references of economic thought. Without further ado, I leave you with those two panelists that will try to discuss about free trade and why doesn't it always exist, and also the strategies of economic policy based on the trade agreements that benefit more the North than the South. And without further ado, we leave the floor to both panelists. Yes.
So I'm supposed to go first, no? Yeah. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for coming to this session. I'm extremely honored to share the panel with my former student and great friend, José Miguel Ahumada, who is now in charge of trade relations at the Chilean Ministry of the Foreign Ministry. And yeah, I mean, we've been long-time intellectual partners, and I'm really great that he's putting all these new ideas into the discussion in Chile. I mean, he's the main speaker, so I'm just going to give you the kind of the background information. Now, despite a lot of economists are telling you that economics is a science, it is based on a lot of myth. So it's a bit like the Bible, the creation myth. Yeah, and in the creation, the myth of capitalism, free trade plays the biggest role. So in the beginning, all countries were protectionist, mercantilistic. They didn't understand that free trade is good. But then one country broke away from the rest and started practicing free trade from the 18th century, and that country was England, later Britain, after its unification with Scotland. And because it practiced free trade, it became the first international economic hegemon. And then later, the United States also became an economic superpower because it learned from the British and practiced free trade. And the story goes that when the US tried to abandon free trade in 1930, in the middle of the Great Depression, with the infamous tariff law called Smoot-Hawley tariff, named after two congressmen. The Americans basically made the Great Depression worse and destroyed the world trading system, because countries then started competing with each other in raising tariff barriers. And then they say that all the other countries that later became rich, more or less, practice free trade, a bit less in some cases, a bit more in some cases, but they were all benefiting from free trade, free market policies. Especially after the Second World War, the so-called miracle economies in East Asia, like South Korea and Taiwan, succeeded in economic development because they adopted export-oriented growth strategy. Maybe they didn't do exactly free trade, They had some protectionism, but they adopted the export-led growth, fully participated in the global economy, and that's what made them successful. And later in the 1990s, 2000s, some Latin American countries like Chile and Mexico develop their economies on the basis of free trade agreements with the US and other advanced nations. And that's how usually the story of free trade and capitalism is presented. But the problem with this is that just about everything I've just said is either completely wrong, or maybe not wrong, but presented in a highly misleading way. Let me go through this quickly. First of all, Britain didn't practice free trade until the 1860s. In the beginning, actually, it was the most protected nation in the world. Because until the 18th century, it was behind the many European nations in terms of its economy. And in order to catch up with those economies, the British heavily protected their industries and subsidized them. And it was only in the 1860s that it made a transition to free trade after it became the strongest industrial nation in the world. Now, this makes it, this raises a very interesting point because this means that Britain was not even the first free trade nation, as the myth goes. The first free trade nations were actually in Latin America. Between the 1810s and 30s, Latin American nations became independent from the Spanish and Portuguese rule. And the European powers, led by the British, forced the so-called unequal treaties on the Latin American nations, in which one party basically had to practice free trade, give concessions on mining rights, give the land to foreigners at a discounted rate and all that. So that Latin American countries started practicing free trade in the 1810s and 20s. This means that they were practicing free trade 50 years, half a century before Britain. So actually the first free trading nations in Latin America, they were practicing free trade because they were politically unfree. They were forced by stronger nations to practice free trade when the stronger nations were not practicing free trade. It gets even better. The United States, another country people think succeeded on the basis of free trade, it was the country which actually invented the most famous economic theory that justifies protectionism, the so-called infant industry argument. And it wasn't invented by some university professor. It was invented by the guy, the very first guy who was in charge of the American economy, Alexander Hamilton, the Treasury Secretary, or what would be called the Finance Minister in other countries. He was the first Treasury Secretary, and he recommended this theory that he invented called infant industry argument. So in the same way that we protect and nurture children until they grow up and can compete with others, the governments of the economically backward nations need to nurture and protect their industries. Now, initially, Americans were not convinced by the theory because people like Adam Smith recommended that Americans practice free trade. But soon they saw the point in this guy's theory. So for about 120 years between the 1830s and the Second World War, the United States was following Hamilton's recommendation, and it was the most protected economy in the world during most of this time. And that's how it became the economic superpower. And this myth that 1930s smooth only was an aberration in American trade policy is completely false. Smooth only tariff raised average industrial tariff rate of the United States from about 40% to 50%. It was, yeah, I mean, a bit of an increase. It was not a big increase because the US had always been a protectionist economy. And this did not provoke a tariff war. Okay, I mean, after the Great Depression, countries like Spain and Italy having a weaker economy that had to raise their tariffs, but Germany, France, I mean, they didn't respond to this the American tariff. And in fact, the world trading system collapsed. It was because of the Great Depression, not because of the tariff. And you could say similar things about other countries, that except for the Netherlands and Switzerland, all of today's rich countries use protectionism heavily. All of them, including the Netherlands and Switzerland, that went against the orthodox the policies of today. So, for example, Switzerland and Netherlands did not have a patent law. They basically let their people steal technology from everyone else. Many of these governments subsidize not just protected the infant industries and provided the subsidized research and everything. And this has continued even after the Second World War, when most of these nations, well, really, I mean, from the 60s, most of the nations in North America and Europe abandoned the high tariff protection, but they promoted their industries with other means. I mean, the United States has this massive subsidy program for high-tech firms that through government funded research. I mean, it's the biggest industrial policy in the world, except that it's not called industrial policy, it's called defense research. So as my friend Mariana Mazzucato famously wrote, that just about every single technology contained in an iPhone was initially invented with US military money. You name it, computer, GPS, touch screen, semiconductors, which was financed by US Navy, so this myth that somehow, even those some people who accept that the US was protectionist in the 19th century deny that the government had any role to play, but this is not true. As for the East Asian miracle economies, yeah, they did emphasize export, but that's not the same as the free trade policy. Because what they did was to promote export, very often using subsidies for export, but also protecting infant industries. So how they did it was that they initially were dependent on the primary commodities. Korea's main export was rice, fish, and tungsten ore. Taiwan's main export was rice and sugar. And then they started protecting the first generation of infant industries like textile, garment, simple electronic assembly through the protectionism. And when they matured and became internationally competitive, they were earning foreign exchange instead of rice and fish. In the meantime, they used those foreign exchanges to buy the machines and technologies for the next generation of infant industry, namely steel, shipbuilding, automobile. And when those industries became successful, they were financing the still newer generation of infant industries, semiconductors, mobile phones, and advanced display and so on. So I mean, that emphasizing export is different from engaging in free trade. And finally, as for Mexico and Chile, you know, we actually now know that Mexico's the entry into the NAFTA was a huge failure. Yeah? I mean, Mexico has been one of the slowest growing economies in Latin America, a region which is not known for exactly that super growth. Yeah? I mean, it's that the membership of NAFTA was not successful. Chile has done much better, although not as well as the East Asian economies. But I think it's that success is also completely misunderstood. Yeah? Because first of all, it's not a story of unalloyed free market capitalism. Yeah? Because in promoting the key export industries, well, the new export industries other than traditional copper, in promoting things like salmon, fruit, forestry, the Chilean government has actually played a very active role in the industrial policy. Huh? So they provided technical advice, research and development, export marketing. It was a very successful industrial policy. However, unfortunately, Chile stopped applying this industrial policy beyond the agricultural export industries. Huh? So these were not applied to manufacturing. And this is why the country has now been stuck. You know, it did very well in the 90s and early 2000s. But once you had success with, you know, wine, fruit, salmon, and so on, you needed the next generation of industries. And having failed to grow the second generation export industries in the way Korea and Taiwan did, Chile is stuck in what some people call the middle income trap. Yeah? And this is one reason behind the recent political changes, yeah? Because the country was getting prosperous thanks to its success with first generation export industries, but having failed to upgrade, it was not able to provide decent jobs for all these people who are now being educated in universities. And it was unable to fix social inequalities in any fundamental way, even under the so-called socialist governments. And that led to the huge political turmoil. Thankfully, that has brought the Frente Amplio into power. So I really hope that great things are going to happen in coming years. But basically, it's clear. I mean, if Chile is going to go to the next level, it has to abandon its obsession with free trade, has to re-examine and renegotiate some of its free trade agreements so that it can do the most important industrial policies. I'm not necessarily prescribing particular types of policies, because you can't substitute one policy with another. So if you don't want to use high tariffs, find ways to subsidize companies in the way that you have done with the salmon and the fruit and so on. You know, try to change terms of the regulation of the foreign direct investment, which might require renegotiating some of the investment agreement. You know, you might rewrite the intellectual property right laws so that more technologies are acquired at affordable prices. You know, there are different ways of achieving the same goal. So that you know, not being an expert on the Chilean economy, I'm not going to suggest anything concrete. But you know, unless these new policies are done, some of which would require renegotiating some of the free trade agreements, I think that Chile will find it difficult to move to the next level. Let me finish there. Thank you.
José Miguel, Chile has, if I remember correctly, 26 trade agreements with 50 countries and proposed to renegotiate some of them. Which of them? Why? It's your turn, and thanks for being here.
Perfecto. Primero que todo, muchas gracias por la invitación.
Thank you very much for the invitation and for organizing this seminar about development in the Global South in a context of a crisis which is economic, political, health and environmental. It's very interesting to organize this so that we can look for a compass to try and align our ideas to come up with a social and republican response to the crisis, not only in Latin America, but at a global level. I would like to take advantage of this to greet Ha-Joon, not only because he is a constant source of intellectual inspiration, not only for me, but many of those of us who are in this government, but because how brave he has been over the years to defend the truth, simply and with courage. I'd also like to greet Minister Alberto Garzón. I've always had very interesting debates with him about the left. We studied together, so we have links of affection and friendship as well. I'd like to take advantage of this opportunity to talk about two things. First of all, to try to contribute something conceptual to the idea of development and the point of view of the Southern world, and also to contribute say something about the situation in Chile. I'm going to try to make these things fit together as well. I'm going to talk about the myths and realities of free trade, but this gives us the possibility of talking about many different things because it's very wide. What exactly is this, and what can we add, especially after what Ha-Joon has said? I'd like to try and complement his presentation by focus on one subject which I think has been key in the contemporary development of neoliberalism, and that is freedom and autonomy. It's the first idea I'd like to talk about and maybe try to contribute a more heterodox perspective. And this debate is not only theoretical because it's interesting, but in itself, but it's also for practical reasons, because we have modern theories that have always traditionally been in the hands of the left, but I think we need to put them in their place again, as Julio Anguita said, to center the playing field, to level the playing field. First, the first point would be that neoliberalism is a project that was successful in coordinating the idea of productive transformation and reconciling it with freedom and autonomy. The philosopher of Berlin said that it's possible that the values that are important to us are not exclusive. We don't need to sacrifice freedom for security, etc. The neoliberal project promised that all these values would go hand in hand. And taking advantage of the critical specific situation, the crisis in Latin America in the 60s, neoliberalism built this project. We could sum it up systematically in the following way. The idea that the market is a space for exchange that would allow the actors not only to carry out experiments. That would be the real sense of competition, according to Hayek and the marginalist view. In the same lines, competition in the market, according to Schumpeter, was the source of technological innovation. The actors, moved by their own interests and without restrictions based on competition, would deploy a process of productive innovation and changing. But for the market to awaken these productive capacities, it needed institutions, not only the free movement of goods and services, but also free movement of capital, the protection of private property, and a series of mechanisms that would ensure in the long term fictional commoditization of the factors of production. The core of this proposal is that if there is an institutional order and doesn't interfere with the decisions of the individual and allows a free market, then endogenously competition would create the conditions necessary for this to happen. And so development would ensue. In this proposal, any kind of distributive or industrial policy is synonymous of restriction of freedom and inefficiency. It's constraining the freedom and creativity of the individuals. This is how it was seen, and this was the neoliberal critique of developmentalism in Latin America, seeing that it was paternalistic. However, it's quite clear that this kind of proposal had early responses. For example, the Amartya Sen proposed an alternative. Development shouldn't be understood only as economic growth, but as an increase in economic, social, and cultural possibilities of the individual. For Sen, if there was greater dynamism, there would be more material conditions to create a virtuous circle. The issue wasn't only competition in itself, but public order. Freedom in this sense was not interventionism, but the increasing capacities. We don't have the practical capacities to implement our creativity. This was the dominant idea on the left, and that led to two traditions. Firstly, a critique of neoliberalism, and also a critique of developmentalism, accusing it to be involved in large collective industrializing projects, going against individual rights. I think to a certain extent, the point of we have to understand the link between development and freedom. The neoliberalism promoted the individual's insertion into the market economy. In Latin America during the 90s, there was a more inequality created because of this, and this led to more precarious conditions and more political instability. The recovery of the capacity to be free after these social policies is a good antidote to neoliberal stagnation. However, I think there's something we're not talking about here possible for the left Ha-Joon explained what was missing here, and in many texts and articles, development is not only creating individual capacities, but also collective capacities that come from the interaction of people who are learning about technology. This is the main point, is to promote collective interaction, which has been focused on manufacturing and specialization in unsophisticated goods. I think we should go into this in further detail for two reasons. Firstly, because a good antidote is been interesting for the left, but I think it could be useful for the battles that we have to wage in the future. But the main defense of the idea of that the southern countries have an income gap with the northern countries is the state has intervened to obtain a high level of technology to create advantages, quite often against the market. This is not only an economic issue, this is an alternative to neoliberalism. In the past, the Greeks and the Romans spoke about political creation and institutional creation. It was abstract entity, as Hobbes said. Freedom is an emerging, all the material and institutional aspects that allow people to live. Well, that's not the same as there not being interference, but it means that somebody doesn't need our permission to intervene in our conditions. Protection from the arbitrary nature of the powerful people has to be involves different kinds of participation and requires fiscal policies, progressive fiscal policies, to avoid negative impacts on our freedom. The important redistribution is an international issue. Machiavelli said that the individual freedom in a republic could only exist if that republic didn't depend on another republic to exist, if it was politically and materially protected from outside interference. Otherwise, it would be a society subjugated to an empire. And the citizens would not be citizens, but would be subjects or slaves. So on behalf of the freedom of, it's in the name of the freedom of the citizens, then an army had to protect that republic. As Ha-Joon said, it's curious that the first people to mention this has been the US. Hamilton said that industry had to be protected, and he didn't only do that to improve material conditions of the population, but because it was an antidote to close the political gap and the salary gap with Great Britain. So there was an economic element here to improve the conditions of the population, but also a normative element. We had to reduce the gap. We had to create our own productive capacity to be an independent republic. Henry Carey, the main advisor of Lincoln, said that the road to real freedom has to be found in industrial independence. And behind this was this same idea that Hamilton had, if the US was to become an independent republic to consolidate its initial democratic project, what had to be established was this productive autonomy, which would guarantee the productive explosion in the US. You have to follow all these interesting debates that were generated at that time in the US, and they were repeated in Latin America. There was emphasis on this in many Latin American countries, because growth and development in itself was didn't cover the whole, wouldn't give the whole solution. The debtor depends on obtaining funds, dependent on the this asymmetric dependent relationship, and depending on a foreign agent.
De independencia para los individuos, y en este caso de las naciones, está en el corazón de la perspectiva de centro y periferia, por ejemplo, de Celso Furtado, y que lo asume como el pilar clave en su momento.
That is the key pillar of the ACEPAL school. Furtado said that the ACEPAL perspective is trying to define the international system as a power system, and the structuralist theory is a theory that tries to look for the ways of domination that are deeply rooted in the origin of dependency. Teotonio dos Santos, the intellectual and activist from Brazil that was in Chile during the 60s, and he was very important in the intellectual development of Chile and Latin America, defined dependency as a situation where the economy of certain countries is dependent on the development of another economy. We should also remember that Raúl Frege defended the idea of productive transformation as a way in which Latin America could get the political independence, transforming in independent republics, closing the gaps with the developed world. If this is correct, this tradition, the defense of autonomy requires specific actions to promote the material base. And here is where we need industrial policies, not only for material well-being, but to guarantee an industrial matrix that will guarantee the freedom of a republic at the periphery against the mainstream countries. So I believe that beyond the language, the key matter is that freedom in the development tradition is not only inference, as neoliberalism said, allowing for inequalities, is not only the creation of individual capacities, but it requires the republic as a dynamic, productive capacity to set horizontal relations with other republics without this asymmetry that cannot guarantee a situation of independence and non-dependency of the arbitrary willingness of other entities. It requires the state to be active in regulating and redirecting the market so that this collective good, the autonomy of the republic, would be maintained in time. Now, within this perspective, we can think about the following point: how this narrative in a context of political discussion can be related to the situation in Chile now. One of the problems we have seen in the economic history of Chile is that the neoliberal project was implemented here in its strictest term after the neoliberal revolution in Chile. That was a total financial opening, investments opening, trade, privatization. It was like a shock, as it was called in Latin America, the experience in Chile. And this contributed to certain myths, but also some correct elements. The most important myth is that this meant a structural change and takeoff during the dictatorship. And now we have evidence to say that this was not the truth. During the period of the dictatorship, there was an economic boom based on indebtedness, and that gave rise to one of the acutest crises during the 80s. And in fact, it was when, as Hamilton said, that Chile had an economic miracle, but then we had a crisis in 1982. And so we thought that everybody in Chile could have 2 cars and a fridge, but there was a huge crisis and inflation went up to 40%. So this experience of the dictatorship that was considered a miracle had many mistakes and myths. Probably the most important point for growth was during the 90s, after the trade opening, the bilateral investment agreements and trade agreements, but also after an active role of the state in promoting certain industries, especially those we have comparative advantages, salmon and fruits. This alliance, public and private, those industrial capabilities are now forgotten, and this forgetfulness is not neutral, it's also political. Finally, during the 90s, this active role of productive and public policies in this relation to exports were also forgotten. They were limited due to internal political reasons, and there was a new period after the Asian crisis where there was a new opening, and the growth in Chile slowed down in time. And the situation we are facing today is an economy where productivity has been stagnated for decades. We can start in a second sporting stage, as Ha-Joon has said, but there is an asymmetry between large companies and SMEs or micro companies. The question we should ask is, how can we bring back a project that will have freedom at its core, but not understood as non-interference, as neoliberal things that gave rise to stagnation and precariousness as the labor market, but this freedom and the access of productive transformation, policies to foster industry and exports diversification, not only increasing growth, but also guaranteeing the productive transformation and the autonomy of our technological capabilities to face the geopolitical challenges we have. And this is not only a task for Chile, but for Latin America. And with this, I conclude. The project by Simón Bolívar and the great independentists in Latin America was this united Latin America with productive capabilities so they could close the gaps with developed countries to speak on equal footing and without living under the dependency or the critical look from other countries. And this is my conclusion. Thank you very much. Ha-Joon, José Miguel.
Concluding remarks. Ha-Joon, at least for inspiring your final thoughts, you quoted Mariana Mazzucato about entrepreneurial state. It's quite difficult for Chile because they don't have a strong army to give resources to the tech industry. In an interview, you said that Chile and Boric need like a radical approach to economics, but also a gradual one. And you quoted a development bank. Could that be a possibility for developing the digital economic autonomy that José Miguel described? And José Miguel, later for you, can you at least describe which are of the negotiations that you are trying to pursue, maybe in trade agreements, which kind of clauses are you in the digital or in other specific parts of the negotiations that you want to pursue to ensure that that autonomy or that sovereignty? And thanks both for your comments.
Thank you. No, my view is that, well, first of all, your goals should be ambitious, but the way you achieve them should be realistic and pragmatic. Huh? So just think about it, when the Korean car company Hyundai which is now the third largest car manufacturer in the world after Toyota and Volkswagen. When it first started producing its own car, because before that they were assembling all the Ford models, in the first year, it produced 10,000 cars. That was back in 1976. And in that same year, General Motors produced 4.8 million cars. Ford produced 1.9 million cars. And South Korea's per capita income was not even 2/3 that of Ecuador's. If someone came to you at that point, riding on a time machine, and told you that, look, there's this totally unknown company, which is producing, 2% of what 0.2% of what the Ford is producing, 0.05% of what General Motors is producing. But give it 30 years, it will be bigger than Ford. Give it 40 years, it will be bigger than General Motors. What would people have done? They would have put you in a mental hospital. But this happened. It didn't happen by magic. It happened because the company, with strong support from the government, invested in the new machines, skills development, design capabilities, the research and development. So yeah, the goals should be ambitious, but this big transformation need 20, 30, 40 years to happen. So I think the biggest challenge of Frente Amplio is to establish that social consensus. Give 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, Chile could be one of the most technologically advanced nations in the world. It should be. That's the most important thing to accomplish, because once you have that national consensus, okay, the different government comes in, things change a bit, but the overall direction is the same. But if you work with a short time horizon, Frente Amplio is going to be in power for 5 years or whatever, and we have to achieve everything during those 5 years, people will be inevitably disappointed. The government, the coalition will be discredited. So I think that it's very important to kind of work with this different time frames at the same time. You need to keep building capabilities. You need to create a consensus that we need to build collective capabilities, meaning that not just send people send more people to universities so that they can get an engineering degree, but create the national projects, the national firms, by which I don't necessarily mean the public firms. Create that alliance between the different actors, so that the country could move forward, move upward. So I think that the most important thing to recognize is that if you work hard at it, and if you invest it enough, big changes can happen. Back in the early 1960s, when I was born, the South Korea's per capita income was not even 25% that of Chile's. I mean, today South Korea is 2.5 times richer. It's not because the Koreans are some magical people that this happened. It's because they kept investing in the building capabilities, especially collective capabilities. Now, in doing all of this, what does Chile need? I mean, I think that especially given the new challenges of climate change and artificial intelligence, and then new materials and the new energy technologies, that trying to identify certain technological areas where Chile wants to develop is long-term capabilities, and figure out what kind of renegotiation of trade deals that is necessary for that. Yeah, because sometimes it could be just kind of trying to reduce increase the time horizon of investors by reducing the inflows of the speculative capital. Yeah? And this is what Chile has did in the past. In the 1990s, you had the deposit system which had prevented the inflow of short-term flows. Yeah, when Chile signed the free trade agreement with the United States, that had to go. Yeah, so can you bring something like that back? Also, given the need for these new technologies, can you actually do something with the intellectual property right provisions in the new in the trade agreements, so that you can make the acquisition of new technologies a bit easier? Can you do something with the investment agreement, so that the Chilean government could put more conditions on foreign investors for technology transfer, yeah, local sourcing and things like that? Yeah, I mean, sometimes these things can be, gotten around by actually working with companies. Yeah, so if some Korean company wants to, build the electric cars in Chile using the batteries made of Chilean lithium, can you actually do a deal with those guys and try to kind of get around all these restrictions on foreign investment regulation? Because if it's a voluntary agreement, that is not a problem. Yeah, I mean, if the company says we will transfer technology, we will do this, we will do that, then yeah, I mean that trade officials from the other countries are not going to come and say, well, why are you making all these technology transfers? Yeah, so you have to be creative, pragmatic. Yeah, I mean, sometimes these trade deals can be renegotiated, sometimes they cannot. Yeah, so you have to think, if they cannot be renegotiated, what is the substitute? Yeah, what else can we do to get the same goal? Yeah. Okay, I'll leave it there because we want to hear more from José Miguel. Thank you.
Gracias, Kaitz. Gracias, Ha-Joon. A ver, esa es como la pregunta que hace Kaitz, es clave y no solamente para los desafíos de...
This question by Kaitz is key not only for Chile, but also as a region. This is what type of regionalism we want for Latin America. We shouldn't forget that if Chile has a great market in the Asian world, from Europe we get foreign investment, but our connections with Latin America are still very weak. 30% of our exports go to Latin America, but this is the market where we have more diversification. So we still have a very important space to consolidate relations with Latin America, trade relations with Latin America that are under the agenda compared to Asia and Europe. So there's still a need to strengthen our relationships in the region or with the region. In relation to trade policy in general, I believe, and this is what we're doing, that a first action for trade policy to be closer to the public. Traditionally, trade policy was the matter of the governments, bilateral agreements or private actors, but now we need to learn from best practices so that the public can also speak about trade policy. One way to do so is the proposal in 2018 by the European Union, and also in 2015, the group of they started a public discussion forum about what type of trade policy the citizens wanted, what were the strategic linings of a trade policy. This is the first action we should take. And this is what we're planning now, a process of consultation to the citizens. What are the linings of the trade policy we need as a country? That's the first point. And the second is that trade policy is a state policy. is not something that is above political processes. And now in Chile, there's a great discussion about what constitution do we want as a country. So it seems to be natural that before discussing or trying to ratify or discuss on trade agreements, maybe we need to wait for sovereign opinion based on the constitution. What are the linings of the constitution? What will be the main features that we will have in our constitution, so that based on them, we will face the trade policy based on this participative process on one hand, but also in relation to our constitution. Those are the both pillars that are important. This does not mean that we cannot see the problematic elements of the trade agreement since the 90s, especially the resolution mechanism of conflict resolution have been criticized by the majority of the countries that we compare with. We shouldn't forget that New Zealand, when discussing about it, the great point was this investment conflict solving mechanism from the states, and they collide with the capacity of a state to have conflicts with private companies. This goes beyond Chile. This is part of the globalization that is described by Juan Carlos Monedero in the book The Disguises of Leviathan, the difference between liberalism and the nation state. So today we are discussing about this. The biggest free trade agreement of the world was also discussed and contested. The European Union is considered of an investment court as an alternative from bilateral agreements. And United States, Canada, and Mexico in this new trade agreement said, and also Canada excluded from this resolution mechanism. So today, trade policy is changing. It's not the same as 20 years ago, and it's having a variety of resolution mechanism or relations with investment. So in this regard, Chile cannot be excluded from this global discussion that is taking place. Chile cannot be aside what's happening in this type of resolution mechanism, and also finding space for the state to do more productive policies, and also the relationship with the global value chain. So there is an international agenda that is happening about trade policy, and it would be a mistake if Chile is not in, or is just keeping one of the items of the agenda and not all. We just have a few minutes, and I wanted to ask you, and I'm going to ask in Spanish, following Ha-Joon proposal to have creative ideas and following your fantastic
and your analysis of creating talent and challenging talent. Allende's Cinco project was the way of modeling cybernetic socialism, which was very widely democratic. Do you think you could reinstate this? Is that part of your agenda? Or if not that, do you think that kind of activity in software and at a digital level can serve to create trade relations with other countries, particularly Spain, sharing that kind of software, sharing that form of management of resources? I don't know whether you're thinking of anything like that. And if it's not, what do you think about that initiative with regard to industrial planning and then possibly trading and exporting it? Thank you. That was a great attempt of socialist democratic planning during the Allende's period. I think Martina Bolea is going to talk about that, because I've learned a lot from Martin about that. He's got a wonderful book about planning. Yeah. I think there are two things here. First of all, the situation we're in today, the political situation we're in today, we don't choose the political situation that we are in. It's given to us, isn't it? So we have to be very pragmatic. I'm not, you know, I don't want to break my head against the wall. So in the current scenario, the space that we have, and I think it's very interesting, we have citizens' support and a good majority. So I think that on the one hand, we could reinforce consultation mechanisms to ask the population what kind of trade, productive and fiscal policy do they want. Try to work on that, try to adapt to the population. The second agenda would be then appraising what we can do to carry out productive policies in strategic areas, for example, lithium. Right now, Mexico is talking about the issue of lithium, also renewable energies, green hydrogen. For two reasons. First of all, we could achieve sustainable growth environmentally and over time, so that the social rights will also be sustainable over time. And the second reason would be to try to take on the environmental challenge and to try to reconcile our industrial policy or trade policy with solving the environmental crisis. From the long-term point of view, we'd have to try to create spaces in which digital planning, horizontal planning, coordination between public and private sectors, actors, stakeholders can be coordinated in the long term based on this instrument. There is a debate going on about how to promote horizontal debate through digital transformation. Ha-Joon.
2 minutes for your concluding remarks. So we will be happy to listen to them.
Me?
Yeah, 2 minutes for concluding remarks. Well, then
yeah,
we will move. Yeah, José Miguel.
Yeah, no, I just want to echo a lot of things that José Miguel said, but you know, what I want to emphasize is that you know, building these collective capabilities requires policies and actions at all levels. Yeah. So you know, I already pointed out that it's no use to send more people to universities and get them degrees in engineering and science if there's no job for them. Yeah. But that creating these jobs also require developing enterprise. Yeah. And that also requires, you know, that developing managerial capabilities, you know, that training program for workers, you know, and the financial system, you know, and the infrastructure. So, you know, these capabilities that need to work together, you know, in order to truly raise collective capabilities. You know? You know, just think about it. I mean, you know, simply by moving to a rich country, an engineer's productivity rises a lot. You know? Because he's working in the latest technologies, the best machines, yeah, good companies, yeah. So that you need to build that overall structure, and this means that what some people call joined up governments. Yeah? You know, Ministry of the Industry cannot do one thing, and Ministry of Finance cannot do something else that cancels out the program. I mean, this was the problem with the PT in Brazil. Yeah? it had a very good industrial policy program, but the Ministry of Finance and the central bank were controlled by people who just keep interest rate at the highest level in the world. Yeah, keep the currency at a very overvalued rate, which meant that exporting was impossible. Yeah. Also, you need even if it's not that antagonistic, you know, you need more coordination between departments, because the Ministry of Education might be kind of funding all kinds of department related to the, I don't know, digital economy, and the Ministry of Industry might be trying to promote the lithium batteries, you know. So you need a collective effort, and I think that the current juncture is the best chance for Chile to establish this kind of collective consensus. Yeah, how the country is going to move forward, where exactly, how, and how to coordinate different elements in the system. Yeah, the government, the enterprises, the workers. Yeah, the education system. Yeah. And in many different areas, yeah, the related industries, infrastructure, trade agreements, yeah, and yeah, I mean that of course that I can say these things because I never have to do it myself. You know, I'm an academic. I can just criticize other people, but people who have to do real work like Jose Miguel, I think I mean he knows this, but other people should also try to work together so that your national energy is channeled together for the right things, rather than everyone doing their own things and canceling each other out, kind of not coordinating programs, so that, yeah, I mean, the industry wants A type of engineers, and then the universities keep producing B types of engineers. Yeah? Okay, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ha-Joon. Jose Miguel, time for closing remarks.
Thank you, Ha-Joon and Jose Miguel. Do I have a minute? I'm sorry, no. Just wanted to say thank you very much for inviting me. I love the name of the Institute, Democracy and Republic. Fantastic. A heartfelt greeting to you all. In 15 minutes, we'll talk about more heterodox economies with Yanis Tafermos and Ingrid Harvold van Graven. University of London.
Ha-Joon
He's written about the decarbonization of central banks, the link between green finance and public finance of countries, and many other papers that I would invite everybody to listen to read.
Feminist,
Neither of the two speakers are economists talking about feminist economics, but they are heterodox economists. Ingrid, you have the first 30 minutes, so you have the floor.
Thank you so much for having me and for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here. So I will share my screen in a moment. Let me just see. I had it here a second ago. There we go. So as Kite said in the introduction, I'm a heterodox economist. So I'm going to talk about economics, but from an alternative perspective, from a heterodox perspective, and specifically on dependency theory, which I would say is a strand of heterodox economics. And I put as a title here, outdated or just out of fashion, because very often, at least a few years ago, I think things are changing a little bit now, but a few years ago, whenever you mentioned dependency theory, people often thought that it was something that was theories from the 60s, from the 70s that are not relevant at all anymore. So I'm going to make the case in these next 30 minutes that actually there are some useful things to learn from dependency theory, and that actually those theories are quite helpful and quite useful as heterodox economic theories to understand the world, especially from the periphery and global inequalities in the world. So I'll just talk, since maybe for some of you it's not really familiar, I'll introduce heterodox economics and dependency theory first, and then go into why it kind of fell out of fashion and what some theories about that are, and then talk about dependency theory as a research program and make the case for why it's not outdated by also talking about how we can look at some empirical cases through the lens of a dependency theory research program. So first of all, before even going into dependency theory, I don't think even heterodox economics is something that is very well understood. There is quite a lot of literature about what it actually is. People who are outside of the heterodox economics bubble very often think that it is anything that's not mainstream. So, you know, any alternative theory, and that anything goes as heterodox. I would argue that that's not really, like, there is actually like a positive definition of heterodox economics, and that positive definition will depend on who you ask. But so me and my co-author Carolina Alves put forward this definition a couple of years ago, which is the heterodox economics is the study of production and distribution of economic surplus that centrally involves the role of power relations in determining economic relationships. So this stands in contrast to a lot of mainstream economics, which doesn't look at power as centrally as something that impacts economic relationships. So you have a wide variety of heterodox theories, including Marxist and Keynesian and feminist and institutional. It's a very, very broad and diverse body of scholarship. But since I'm going to talk about dependency theory, I think it's also important to say that heterodox economics actually also has been critiqued for being Eurocentric and for focusing on theories that come from the global north and for looking mostly at the global north, and also for being insensitive to things like gender, which is why feminist economics came about, and also insensitive to things like race. So you very often have Marx and Keynes and Sraffa and Veblen and all these kind of white male scholars from the global north. So therefore, actually, dependency theory provides an important counterpoint to a lot of heterodox economics. So dependency theory in some ways emerged as an alternative to mainstream economics, but also as an alternative to what a lot of scholars in the global south saw as this Eurocentric Marxism, where they saw that, you know, some Marxists were saying that they thought that the countries in the global south would just go through similar stages as countries in the global north, that capitalism would evolve in the same way everywhere, which dependency theorists theorizing from Brazil from Argentina, from Mexico, from Egypt, were saying, nah, actually capitalism is not evolving in the same way here as what it did in England in the Industrial Revolution. So dependency theory there, as like a branch of heterodox economics, also challenges some aspects of heterodox economics. So that is just to situate dependency theory within heterodox theories. Then to say briefly about what dependency theory is. First of all, dependency theory as a term, I think is not very helpful in a way, because it signals that it's just one theory, but actually there's many theories. And I put some books up here on the slide that you can look at, which are by different kinds of dependency theorists that theorize from different theoretical traditions. It's very often associated with André Gunder Frank, Samir Amin, Dos Santos, and Furtado. Some of you may know some of these scholars, and I put the books up here on the side. Some of them are Marxists, some of them are neo-Marxists, some of them are institutionalists, some of them are structuralists. Just to have one definition up, I took one from Dos Santos, who says that, or said in 1970, and it's still very often used, this definition of dependency. And so he said that it's a situation in which the economy of certain countries is conditioned by the development and expansion of another. So this is a very basic definition. It still doesn't say how a country is conditioned or why it's conditioned, and like what the theory behind that conditioning is. So it's still quite broad and opens up actually for different interpretations of this conditioning. And there is lots of disagreement. And in the 60s and 70s, there were lots of special issues, especially in Latin America, about what dependency means, how it can be theorized, how it can be studied. And Samir Amin actually, he was an Egyptian economist, and he, in 1972, so 50 years ago, organized this conference in Dakar in Senegal, where he brought Frank, Dos Santos, and I don't think Furtado was there, but lots of dependency theorists to Senegal to have these discussions. So it's a very, very diverse tradition, but they were having a lot of debates, so they weren't really working in isolation. The main camps that are often, like in the literature, you'll very often see the literature divided into Latin American structuralists and neo-Marxists, but there is lots of, there are also Latin American Marxists and there's lots of disagreement within Marxism as well. Those are kind of the main camps. And depending on how you define dependency theory, you could also think of other theories as dependency theory, like for example, colonial drain theory, which was developed in India even before dependency theory became a term. So that kind of depends on your definition. But these kind of basic ideas of dependency as conditioning is something that actually has quite an old legacy. So that is kind of a very, very brief overview, and we'll get more into each of these aspects as we go on. When I first started looking into dependency theory in a heterodox economics program, actually, it was not very well known and quite unpopular in heterodox scholarship. So it was like, this is maybe now 7-8 years ago. But I think there's been a revival in more recent years, and I'll get to that in a second. But at that time, so 7-8 years ago, there were lots of, if dependency theory was ever mentioned in the news, it would be in this negative way, like the dustbin of history. So this is on the right, an article from The Guardian where it's likened to like conspiracy theory, basically. So it was very, very often dismissed. In textbooks, it would often be presented as something from like in a history of thought chapter, not as something that's relevant today. So it was very, very much out of fashion. And I still think that is actually, even though there is a revival that's starting, it's still not something that is taught very actively in most economics programs, even heterodox. But here, so I took this from Felipe Antunes de Oliveira, tweeted about this a couple of months ago. So I just took this tweet from his timeline. So he looks at Scopus, which is a database with publications, and he looks at all publications that mention dependency theory in their titles or abstracts. And you can see here that, you know, it's very, there was kind of a boom since 2019 2010s or so. So there is, it's not something that is, as popular as, like, for example, post-Keynesian economics, but it's still, there's actually a lot of recognition that it has something to say. At least more scholars are engaging with it directly. It could be that those papers, we don't know what these papers are saying. It could be that they're critiquing it too, but regardless, it's more being published about more. So possibly back in fashion a little bit. Before I go into the relevance and utility of dependency theory, I just wanted to pause a little bit and think about why it went out of fashion, because I think that's also helpful for us to understand what is still relevant about it, if there's any of the critiques that we should take on board and think about, and also just in terms of thinking about why theories actually come and go in and out of fashion at all. And because that is also relevant for how we kind of choose what theories to view the world through. So in the paper that I published last year, Beyond the Stereotype, I categorized the different arguments against dependency theory in the 70s and 80s in terms of epistemological critiques, empirical critiques, and political critiques. So epistemological basically are those critiques that criticize the theories themselves for not being good theories, for not being rigorous, for not explaining things well. So one of the reasons there was a lot of epistemological critique of dependency theory. And one of the reasons is, as Cardoso argued, that André Gunder Frank, who is one of the most cited dependency theorists in the global north, not in the global south, but in the global north. So he was based in the global north, which is quite different from most of the other dependency theorists. He kind of was very often taken to be a spokesperson for the tradition as a whole. And his version of dependency theory was a very kind of simplified, maybe one of the weaker theories in the tradition as a whole. So a lot of critiques were of Frank, but Frank wasn't actually a representative of dependency theory as a tradition, because there were so many other scholars in Latin America and in Africa, mostly, that had completely different approaches than Frank, but they weren't even kind of engaged with by the critics. So that's one reason why there were all these epistemological critiques of Frank. Then there was also this misunderstanding about a dependency theory being one theory, understandably so, because it's called dependency theory. And you see this, there was a very famous, well-known and widely cited article by Lull in 1975, where he argues that dependency theorists are confused, they don't have conceptual clarity. They say that dependency theory is one thing in one article, and then they say something else in another. But actually, those are, dependency theory actually means different things, right? There were debates, like, of course, they would say different things in different articles because these were different people with different arguments in different traditions. So the Marxist would obviously say something very different from a structuralist. But Lau kind of made it seem like it was just one theory that kind of was interpreted in different ways and was just confused. That doesn't mean that some dependency theorists probably were confused too, right? It's a very rich and diverse tradition. So you'll have stronger and weaker versions of the theory, but very often there was a misunderstanding about it being one theory and therefore it being confused. There was also a very well-known critique by Robert Brenner, a Marxist, in 1977, where he critiques Frank and Wallerstein. So again, that's a very widely cited critique of dependency theory, but he's actually only critiquing Frank, and Wallerstein is a world systems theorist. So it's not even engaging at all with the Latin American or the African dependency theorists. So those 2 points that I have here on the screen, I think, are not really very helpful critiques in terms of actually taking the tradition seriously. There are some other critiques. It was critiqued for being tautological. For example, that dependency theorists would say, oh, we're dependent on raw material exports, so we're dependent, for example, or something like that. There were some scholars like that kind of make a circular argument instead of kind of trying to unpack, okay, but why are you dependent on raw material exports to begin with? I think a lot of dependency theories do actually go into historical kind of causal relations, but anyway, this is often brought up as a critique, that it's reductionist, that it's mechanic, that it denies agency from Southern actors. So those are some critiques that I think are valid for some theories within the tradition that I think, are important to take seriously, although they don't invalidate all of the theories in the tradition. So those were some epistemological reasons that were often brought up. And then the empirical reasons are maybe those that are more familiar to some of you. So very often you'll hear the argument that, well, it's clearly possible to develop within capitalism, because we can see that the Asian miracle, so-called miracle, happened. Many countries developed within capitalism, so therefore dependency theory is outdated. So I think this is also a misunderstanding of dependency theory. They didn't say that it's impossible to develop within capitalism. Maybe some, like Frank, for example, might have said that in some articles, but that wasn't like the main argument or the main conclusion. And I'll show in a second how actually, so in that paper, Beyond the Stereotype, I choose South Korea as an example to look at how we can actually understand the South Asian miracle, the Asian miracle countries through a dependency lens to debunk this critique. And then another argument that is often brought up is that the world is so different now from the 60s and 70s. We have these far-flung global value chains, which is completely different from the world that Furtado and Amin knew. So therefore, it's not relevant anymore. And also a lot of developing countries have industrialized in some ways through these global value chains by moving from raw material exports to low value industrial goods, low value added industrial goods usually. So to engage with this critique, I'll look at Indonesia as an example, as one of the countries that is like very, very integrated into global value chains, to see if we can understand Indonesia, if a dependency framework helps us understand Indonesia's development. So finally, another reason why it went out of fashion, I think, is this political reason. That like the reason theories go in and out of fashion is not necessarily because they're better or worse, but actually because of the political economy of knowledge production. And we know that as heterodox economists, we know that heterodox economics also went out of fashion generally in the 80s, especially in the 70s and 80s. And it's even a bit too shallow to say out of fashion, because actually it was like a very political process that it was like violently actually squeezed out of economics departments across the global north and the global south, where many economics departments were shut down or marginalized. And there's very few heterodox spaces for heterodox thinking left in the world even now. So that is like a political reason. So dependency theory is a sub theory within heterodox economics. So it was also squeezed out along with the other heterodox theories as well. So why did it go out of fashion? I've talked a bit about that. So now, in order to think about whether it's still relevant, I want to define dependency theory. Dos Santos already gave a definition, which was very specific and broad at the same time. When I was first going into dependency theory almost a decade ago, I did find the scholarship very confusing because there were so many different theories and not many definitions of the tradition as a whole. It seemed like a lot of the people within dependency theory were more interested in arguing or debating with each other rather than kind of trying to create some kind of holistic research program. So that's why in order to even, like what I thought I was going to be doing during my PhD was to kind of take dependency theory and explore an empirical example, but in the end I ended up just kind of I also did some empirics, but one of the big things that I did was even just trying to organize and come up with a kind of definition of the tradition. So I used Lakatos for this. He's a philosopher who kind of has thought about how to define different schools of thought and how you create the boundaries and stuff. And he argues that a research program is a collection of interrelated theories that have a common hypothesis, that have like a hard core. So I argue that the hypothesis of dependency theory is, that global capitalism tends to be polarizing, that there's uneven development, this unevenness. And then the reasons for that is what dependency theorists disagree on. So it could be you have some that are concerned with monopoly capitalism. You have some that are concerned with finance. You have some that are concerned with falling terms of trade. You have some that are concerned with unequal exchange. There's all these different hypotheses within it. But the core thing is that they're concerned with this polarizing tendency. And also Lakatos argues that new research programs don't necessarily explain the same questions better, but they might explain different things than the ones previously considered. So there's also, I mean, a lot of literature on how development economics has evolved. And if you look at sort of the mainstream of development economics, it's much more about poverty reduction, rather than about this kind of polarizing tendency of capitalism. So it's not like dependency theory was replaced with another explanation of the polarizing tendencies of capitalism. It was actually that the research focus shifted with the rise of neoclassical economics. So that's a brief overview of the research program. I also put here on the side that they often employ a method, a global historical approach, which I'll also talk about in the examples of Indonesia and South Korea, and focus on structures of production and constraints faced by countries in the periphery. So now that we have defined that, I'm asking the question, so how can it explain global inequality? So in order to respond to the critiques, I'm picking the kind of least likely examples. So South Korea's development trajectory, that's often used to debunk dependency theory, and industrialization through global value chains. So let's look at them quickly. So how can it explain global inequality? Well, let's look at the East Asian miracle. So in order to understand South Korea's development trajectory, I actually argue that dependency theory can help us a lot, and that there is a lot of superficial interpretations of the East Asian miracle countries. But if we go actually taking a historical historical materialist approach, that the dependency theories does actually can help us understand better what happened there. And so Eckert has this book where he does this. He's not a dependency theorist, he's a historian. But he argues that the way that capitalism evolved in South Korea during colonialism was in a way that where Korean businessmen were not really subordinated by the political structure that was pushed forward, but rather that they were incorporated into it. So it's very, very different from how it evolved in a lot of other colonial colonies, where it was very, very extractive. And I'm not making the case for colonialism here, but that I'm just saying that the way that these structures evolved, the way capitalism evolved was took a very particular form that was very different from how it evolved in Africa and Latin America and other parts of Asia. And this historical development laid the foundation for industry domestically that later emerged as a part of the well-documented developmental state that a lot of scholars have written about, including Ha-Joon Chang, who I think many of you saw speak just an hour ago. Also Alice Amsden, Vivek Chibber, and others talk about the developmental state, but not always going into the history. I mean, Ha-Joon Chang does that very well, and Alice Amsden does it to a certain extent. But very often what's taken from the developmental state are like the specific policies that were implemented in the 50s and 60s. Finally, another very important aspect is the external constraints that countries face, that dependency theorists are very concerned with. And given the political situation at the time when South Korea was developing, South Korea, of course, is next to North Korea. So very, very important geopolitical site for the US and for Japan. So South Korea received an insane amount of aid and financial assistance, which relieved a lot of the external constraints they would have otherwise faced. So they had balance of payments deficits for decades that they were able to sustain because of this support. So that's kind of taking some of the lessons from dependency theory in order to understand South Korea, and doing so, it's like difficult to see how South Korea actually debunks dependency theory. So to look at Indonesia. So Indonesia is very kind of integrated into global value chains. So again, it could be an example of why dependency theory isn't relevant anymore. Again, if we take a historical approach, looking again back to the colonial period, the way that Indonesia's social formations evolved were very, very different from South Korea. There was a very extractive regime in the colonial period, which was about extracting raw materials. And we see that actually the 5 leading exports that accounted for 70% of exports in 1900 still did in 1990. So that's just to say something about like how the structure, the economic production structures that were developed during colonialism endured in a very strong way. You know, they persisted. But there were developmentalist policies in the 50s and 60s, which did open up some space for Indonesia to move up some of the global value chains, even though they then had to go into structural adjustment in the 80s, as many developing countries had to. So the historical approach, again, it kind of helps us see the different starting point from South Korea. In terms of production structures, Indonesia did upgrade successfully from logging to plywood in the 70s and 80s. They had a lot of state support, and there was a historical timing that was also quite important for them. They had resource endowments that allowed them to invest, make state investments. But even though they were able to upgrade successfully in the logging or plywood industry, there was this persistence of low productivity sectors at the same time next to the more industrial sector. So that also brings us to this like dual economy that a lot of dependency theorists observed. And yeah, as I mentioned, they had these resource endowments that made it possible for them to make state investments. Sorry, there's an ambulance outside. Hope that's not too disturbing. So yeah, so some of these external constraints were actually relieved because of oil revenues. So they were able to use that, but also a lot of geopolitical support from Japan to finance import substitution, industrialization. So they had like a window of production, even though in the end it wasn't really sustainable and they had to go to the IMF in the 80s. So this is very different from the way a global value chain approach following Gareffi and sort of mainstream development economists who very often look at the firm and like how the firm, what kind of policies the firm carries out. A dependency approach would take this more historical structural approach, which can help us actually understand both, you know, dependent development or underdevelopment, but also kind of periods of more success. Yeah. So that's very briefly on South Korea and Indonesia. And I know I only have about 5 minutes left, so I just want to kind of start to wrap up. So unfashionable, okay, fine, or not necessarily unfashionable, but not politically accepted. But I would argue that it's not outdated. There are these constraints to structural transformation and finance in the periphery that are poorly understood by many economists that I know now, you know, the Chilean government is grappling with. There are these hierarchies of production and innovation and finance that, you know, are real. We see massive inequalities in the world, which dependency theory takes as a starting point. So that, you know, that's already a helpful approach. And as I would argue it, you know, you can use it to, it's not a kind of very deterministic theory as it's often stereotyped to be. You can use it to understand kind of different kinds of development processes like South Korea and Indonesia. Key aspects of dependency theory that I would argue are acutely relevant. First of all, the structures of the global economy the way that they analyze them is very different from how economists very often see like individual units as the main starting point. So this is like methodological individualism of the neoclassical economics, or then the nation state. Instead of looking at just the nation state or just the individual, dependency theory draws our attention to these global structures, which leads to insights into how exploitation happens globally. And there are lots of scholars that are working on this today. I just put some references on the slide. Also, colonial legacies remain extremely relevant for understanding how finance and production operates today. And there's lots of scholarship on that as well. Then I put some references here as well about how we can understand, like how finance operates, for example, in Ghana. Some work that I've been doing actually has, it's very difficult to understand it without understanding how colonial finance and how colonial banks evolved and how they, the banks still have some of those institutional structures today. Finally, integrating political economy and power into economic analyses is something that is key for dependency theories and also for all heterodox economists, actually. And that is important to kind of understand the role of like the Wall Street consensus, for example, and how like the IMF and the World Bank are operating and create certain constraints. And how like vaccine inequality, for example, you can't understand all of these things without thinking about the role of political economy and power. And finally, theorizing from the vantage point in the periphery is also very important, especially for countries in the periphery, especially now that a lot of this social science that's produced in universities is very Eurocentric and takes kind of Europe as a starting point. So in that sense, it's a good time to go and revisit dependency theory. I don't think I have time to go into so much. I haven't seen anyone give me a time sign yet, but I can see on my watch that I'm at 30 minutes. There are some, I think, okay, thumbs up, okay, cool. I do think that there are weaknesses to some of dependency theory and there are ways that it can be expanded. So I think that, you know, just because it's dependency theory doesn't mean it's rigorous. You still have to be like very careful about how you explain things and causality, to go beyond exploring just symptoms of dependence to actually like look at what are the drivers here, what are the theoretical explanations. One thing that dependency theory is often critiqued for is to neglect race and gender and their role in reproducing dependencies and how dependency also impacts race and gender. There are some scholars that are working on trying to expand dependency theory to look at this. And also, you know, at our current moment, I do think that like talking about the environment is also very important. And I think that some dependency theories did consider it in, it's not the most well-known ones, but I think now it's really important to understand how, you know, environmental problems are hierarchical as well. And that there are these global environmental hierarchies that have colonial legacies that were produced in a colonial and imperialist global economy. And when we think about solutions, Green New Deal or degrowth or whatever it is, we need to take these inequalities into account as well. So that is something that we can also learn from a dependency framework. So to conclude, if you want to understand global inequality and constraints to production and finance in the periphery, a dependency research program can help. It's particularly urgent now, I think. I mean, it's always urgent, but in the wake of COVID, all these inequalities became particularly obvious. Therefore, I think, you know, it's a good opportune moment to try to think differently. It's largely been excluded through a political process, but that doesn't mean, or you know, because it's been excluded by a political process doesn't mean that it's not helpful or that it's not useful or that it's not a theoretically strong program. And then finally, there are some critiques that any research program should take on board critiques and see how it can, strengthen and expand. But I think what I tried to do in defining the research program was to kind of preserve the strengths and see what is helpful for us to take forward and then strengthen and expand and then deal with the weaknesses that of course would be there in any theoretical tradition. So thank you very much. And I look forward to the next speaker as well. You can also stay in touch on email or Twitter. Thank you.
Many thanks, Ingrid. Janice, now is your turn.
Great. Thank you so much, Kites, and many thanks to the organizers for the invitation. It's a great pleasure and honor to participate in this brilliant conference. And what I'm going to do in my presentation is to talk about the links between finance and climate change. I will do so by referring quickly to some recent developments that we have seen in climate finance. I will try to explain these developments from a conceptual perspective. I will draw primarily on two strands of heterodox economics, ecological economics and post-Keynesian economics. But I will also refer to the Wall Street consensus that Ingrid mentioned before very briefly. And I will explain how we can understand the role of finance in the climate crisis from a power perspective. Now, at the end, I will also try to say a few things about how we could develop an agenda that focuses on the socio-ecological transformation of our economies and why it is important to put environmental justice at the core of this agenda. Now, before I do this, I would like to refer to some key facts about climate change that I think is very important to have in our mind when we are talking about the climate crisis. And the first one is that we have a serious crisis right now, and every ton of carbon emissions matters. Whenever we produce a little bit of more carbon, we create a very big problem in our ecosystems. Now, in order to illustrate that, I have two graphs from the recent report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. And in the first graph, you can see what has happened so far. So over the last decades, the fact that we have generated so many emissions has led to the increase of atmospheric temperature by about 1 degree compared to what was the case 2 centuries ago. And if you look at the projections of IPCC for the future, we can see that there are scenarios whereby we might have 3 or 4 degrees at the end of the century. And if we want to avoid that, if we want to achieve the targets of the Paris Agreement, we need to reduce emissions very quickly in order to stay below 2 or 1.5 degrees. Now, if you look at the other graph, whereby we have the annual emissions of carbon dioxide, the problem is that right now we produce at the global level about 40 gigatons of emissions. And in order to achieve the targets of Paris Agreement, we need to reduce these emissions extremely quickly. This hasn't happened before. And it's very clear that in order to do that, we need to have very radical transformations. We cannot do this by just changing a little bit how capitalism works. We need to have very significant fundamental changes in the way that we produce, in the way that we consume. So the first key message from these graphs is that we cannot continue the way that we have produced and consumed so far. Now, the other fact is related with climate justice. And in the first session of the conference today, there was a discussion about that. So what I would like to emphasize is that, as we know very well, the responsibility for the climate crisis rests primarily with the global north. If we look at the data about cumulative greenhouse gas emissions, about 70% of these emissions have generated by countries in the global north. Now, the other problem is that the global north has generated the crisis, but the global south is experiencing the negative effects of climate change. And I have here as an example a table that summarizes some effects of climate change on countries around the world. And you can see here that the 10 countries that have been affected mostly by climate change are all countries in the global south. And we know that this might become worse in the coming years. So we have a very significant issue here. We have that the crisis has been created by the global north, and now the global south is trying to deal with this. What does it mean? It means that, first of all, the global north has the responsibility to reduce carbon emissions quickly. It has the responsibility to change the way that we produce and consume. And the global south needs to have the space in order to adapt to this new reality. Because the new reality is a reality whereby climate-related events will become more severe and more frequent. I mean, even if we avoid passing 1.5 or 2 degrees, we will still have significant changes in climate, and this will affect countries in the global south. So this means that these countries need to invest more in climate adaptation, but they also need to get support in order to cover climate-related losses and damages. This is very important because right now there is no framework that allows these countries to get support in order to deal with these losses and damages. So I would like to emphasize these issues because if we want to understand the role of finance in the current crisis, we need first of all to be very clear on these facts. So what I'm going to do now is First, to draw your attention to some recent developments that we have seen, in particular in central banking. A few years ago, there was no interest from central banks in climate change, but this has changed quite a lot recently, and I would like to talk about this. And after I talk about the recent developments, I would like to focus on how we can understand these developments. And I'm going to compare and contrast two different ways of thinking about the role of climate or finance in the climate crisis. And I'm going first to describe the dominant approach that we can see in policy debates, which is how we can protect finance from climate change. And I will contrast this to the approach whereby we need to take action to protect climate from finance. And once I do this, I will make some links with the Wall Street consensus. I will explain this term, which has been coined by my colleague Daniela Gabor, and I will emphasize the importance of understanding the political changes that we see right now because of the Wall Street consensus. And finally, I will summarize some quick thoughts about how we can achieve socio-ecological transformation, which will have environmental justice at its core. Now, let me say a few things about central banking and climate change. As I said, a few years ago, there was no discussion about the role of central banks in dealing with climate change. However, 5 years ago, the Network for Greening the Financial System was created. This is a network of central banks and financial supervisors that does research on climate change and tries to promote policy discussion about what central banks can do in order to deal with the climate crisis. And as a result of this, we have seen some changes recently. I have here two examples. I have the example of the European Central Bank, which decided last year to announce a climate action plan for the period until the end of 2024. And this climate action plan has primarily as an aim to protect the financial system from climate change. I'm going to explain this a little bit more in a bit. And another development that is interesting is that in the UK last year, we had that the government decided to modify the mandate of the Bank of England in order to incorporate environmental sustainability. And what the Bank of England did as a response to that was to develop an approach that would allow it to green its corporate quantitative easy program. So this is something that we haven't seen before in a central bank in the global north, and I think it's a very interesting development. I'm going to refer to this in a bit as well. Now, despite the fact that in the global north, the main way through which central banks try to understand climate change is by focusing on how they can protect the financial system from climate change. If you look at countries in the global south, and if you look at China, you will see that the approach there is different. And we have seen that some central banks have tried to use their tools in order to promote directly green activities that can contribute to the reduction of emissions. So if you look at the People's Bank of China, you will see that they have taken a lot of initiatives in order to promote specific sectors that can increase the use of renewables and increase energy efficiency. If you look at the Bangladesh Bank, this is a bank that has taken a lot of action in order to directly promote green finance. So they use green credit controls, which are not used in most global north countries right now. It's a kind of an industrial policy that tries to support the specific sectors that can help towards the reduction of emissions. And if you look at the Central Bank of Brazil, you will see that they also try now to make some changes in the way that they understand financial supervision, and they have asked banks to be very clear on the environmental and social risks that are related with their loans. So if we want to summarize with what we have seen over the last 5 years or so, we can say that there is an agreement on the fact that central banks need to understand and consider climate change, and they need to take some action. However, there is no agreement on how central banks should address climate change. And this is what I would like now to discuss a little bit more. So I'm going to present two different ways of thinking about the role of central banks in the climate crisis. And I will start with the dominant way of thinking in this area. I call this the risk exposure approach, because basically this approach tries to protect the financial system from climate change. And the idea here is that climate change creates two types of financial risks. The first type of financial risk is the so-called transition risk, and the other one is the physical risk. Now, what is the idea behind the transition risk? Just to give you an example, the financial system has some concerns about the fact that in the coming years, we might have some climate policies, like, for instance, an increase in carbon prices, that is going to penalize some fossil fuel companies. As I will show you later, the financial system has provided a lot of loans to fossil fuel companies. So if we have policies that penalize fossil fuel companies, the financial position of these fossil fuel companies probably will deteriorate. And then those banks that have provided money to these companies might also experience some defaults, for instance. So these are the transition risks. These are the financial risks that stem from the transition to a low carbon economy. At the same time, we have that the financial system might experience some physical risks. And the physical risks refer to the fact that we might have more climate-related events that are going to destroy properties of people, of companies, and this might also lead to higher defaults. And again, the financial system might be exposed to specific loans that will be affected by these physical events. So what we see is that if you look, for instance, at BlackRock, JP Morgan, the big banks, but also if you look at the central banking discussions, you will see that everyone now is paying attention to these risks. And the problem here is that these risks might be important from a financial perspective, but the way that the financial system is going to react to these risks can create problems, especially to countries in the Global South. And just to give you an example, if we have that at some point, there is this consideration by credit rating agencies that specific countries in the Global South are suffering from climate change and therefore are more risky from a financial perspective, what we're going to see in the next years will be a downgrade of many countries in the Global South because of climate considerations. And we know that this can lead to some very significant crises. Now, another aspect of this risk exposure approach is that we need to have actions from central banks that are in line with the so-called market neutrality principle. And this is a principle that has been used in particular in central banks in the Global South, in the Global North. And the idea is that whenever central banks try to intervene, they need to not distort the markets. For example, when they decide to buy some bonds from the corporate sector, according to this principle, it's necessary not to change the way that the sectors are represented in the financial markets. And this goes back to this idea that we don't want to have industrial policy, we want to have central banks that are neutral. Of course, in reality, central banks are not neutral, but they use this principle in order to organize their policies in a very specific way, which is very bad for the environment, as I will explain later. Now, if we follow this approach, what does it mean in practice? The current policies that are promoted by central banks and financial supervisors include, for instance, this idea of climate stress tests. So central banks now try to conduct stress tests. The idea of stress tests is that they develop scenarios whereby they can see how much the banking system can address a financial crisis. And now what they want to do is to incorporate the transition and the physical climate risks into these stress testing exercises. Now, the problem with that is that, again, the emphasis is on how to protect the financial system from climate change, not to understand what role the financial system plays in creating the climate crisis. Another idea that is discussed quite a lot right now is how to change financial regulation in order to incorporate climate risks. And again, the idea is how to have a financial regulation that protects the financial system from climate change. So what are overall the problems with this approach? I have summarized this on the slide. So first of all, we have that there is no recognition of the responsibility of the financial system. Now, one way to talk about this is by using this concept of double materiality. The concept of double materiality refers to this idea that the climate crisis can affect, of course, the financial system, but the financial system also affects the climate crisis. So we have this in the relationship, which we need to take into account when we're talking about the role of finance. Second, as I explained before, a problem is that if now the big banks, the central banks around the world, and financial supervisors try to promote this idea that the financial systems protect itself from the effects of climate change, then they will stop providing finance to those countries, to those small and medium enterprises, and those people who need finance sometimes in order to adjust to climate change. And at the end of the day, there is a problem because this exacerbates climate injustice, because we have the financial system that has the responsibility for the crisis and now tries to protect itself from the crisis that it has created. And by doing so, it leads to more injustice. Now, a different way to look at the role of finance is, as I said before, to understand how climate change has been exacerbated by the way that the finance works. And this is very important because we have right now a capitalist system that relies so much on finance. And I have here a graph which shows, for instance, the negative contribution of some very big global banks to the climate crisis. So many of these banks, like JP Morgan, Bank of America, Barclays, they try to promote themselves as banks that care about the environment. And when they do so, basically, they talk about some green initiatives that they take. But they don't want to talk about this figure. They don't want to talk about the fact that they have supported the fossil fuel sector so much. And these are data that refer only to the last years. But if you look at the past, it's very clear that there's a very strong link between these banks and the fossil fuel sector. So if we use this approach that I call the systemic risk approach, we need to understand first of all, the way that the economy works as part of the broader ecosystem. This is in line with the tradition of ecological economics. And when we are talking about the financial system, we need to understand the relationships that the financial system has with the society, with the political system, with the macroeconomy. We cannot just focus on the financial system and view this in isolation. So by having a more systemic way of understanding the role of the financial system in the climate crisis, we need to, first of all, to emphasize how we can transform finance in order to help addressing the climate crisis. And we need first to emphasize the role of the private financial institutions have played in supporting dirty activities, as this graph shows, for example. But we also need to talk about the implications of the policies of central banks. And here I have a graph which is from a report that we wrote with Greenpeace a couple of years ago. And it shows the implications of the corporate quantitative easing program of the ECB when we have a program that basically relies on market neutrality. So what the graph shows is that if we look at the representation of carbon-intensive sectors in the program, and this is shown by the pink bars here, what we have is that this representation is much higher compared to the contribution that these carbon-intensive sectors have to euro area employment, but also much higher compared to the contribution that these sectors have to the euro area gross value added. So by following the market neutrality principle, at the end of the day, what the ECB has done is that it has supported more the carbon-intensive sectors that have better access to the bond market and contribute to the climate crisis. Now, if we use this approach that emphasizes the importance of protecting climate change from finance, the first thing that we need to highlight is that central banks need now to focus on carbon neutrality and not on market neutrality. They also need to take actions that would allow us to reduce emissions quickly, but also to do that in a way that is just, and I'm going to briefly talk about this in a bit. Now, the other thing that is very important is that when we use this approach, of course, we need to emphasize that there are so many other aspects of the system that have to change. So central banks cannot save the planet, but we cannot just say that we can have other fiscal policies, industrial policies, distributional policies, consumption policies, and central banks will not do anything in order to address the crisis. They need to be part of the solution. And when we are talking about the role of central banks based on this approach, we need, for instance, when we have quantitative easing programs to exclude polluting companies, when central banks provide loans to banks, they need to take into account climate criteria. And also, this is very important, when banks decide to provide loans to dirty companies, they need to be penalized for that. I have here an example of how we could decarbonize a specific aspect of the European Central Bank. And the reason why I'm referring to this example is to say that these are not just theoretical ideas. We have the tools to do this right now. Because in many cases, central banks use as an excuse that they don't know how exactly to take climate change into account, and they postpone decisions. So what we did with Greenpeace last year was to try to develop an approach that would allow us to decarbonize a very significant aspect of the Euro system, which is the collateral framework. Very briefly, why is collateral framework important? Just to give you an example, when we had the debt crisis in Greece, one of the problems of the banking system in Greece was that the ECB didn't want to accept the public bonds of the Greek government as a collateral, which means that they didn't want to provide liquidity to commercial banks in Greece because they thought that they wanted to say that the collateral that refers to the public bonds of Greece cannot be accepted. This was a political decision that didn't allow the banking system to work properly in Greece. Now, right now, if you look at the collateral framework, you will see that it is possible for commercial banks to use securities that refer to fossil fuel companies in order to get access to liquidity. And this means that at the end of the day, the ECB supports the generation of more emissions. And what we try to do in this report, I'm not going to describe this in detail, is to show that there is a way to exclude all these bonds that contribute to the climate crisis and include other bonds that are more environmentally friendly and contribute to the reduction of emissions. And it's possible to do this right now. We don't have to wait until we have more data or until we have more information about these companies. Now, let me turn to the Wall Street consensus. This is a term that Daniela Gabro has used in order to explain the new consensus that we are seeing right now in development finance. And this consensus has a lot of implications for climate change. Why? First of all, in order to make the connection with what I said before, if we look at the Wall Street consensus, of course, this consensus supports the idea that we need to protect the financial system from climate risks, because the financial system wants to find ways to protect from these risks. But at the same time, this consensus is trying to do something more, which is to increase the returns, primarily for global north investors because of the climate crisis. So it basically tries to exploit the crisis in order to increase the profitability of financial institutions. And this is an agenda that has been promoted by the World Bank. So if you look at the documents about the maximizing finance for development, you will see that what the World Bank is trying to do is basically to support this idea that we can deal with development if we allow financial investors from the global north to go to the global south and invest in specific projects that are important for development. And now, because of the climate crisis, they also say that we can use this approach in order to increase climate investment in the global south. Now, how is it possible? Because in practice, the challenge for the World Bank is that it doesn't look very, let's say, stable for a financial investor from the global north to go to the global south. So what they say is that it's necessary for governments in the global south to de-risk investment that is related with climate projects. So what they ask governments in the global south to do is basically to try to attract investors by offering them subsidies, guarantees, by changing regulation in order to allow this investment to take place more easily. And through this de-risking approach, the idea is that we can have that the finance is going to create new development opportunities in the context of the climate crisis. So if we look at the features of the Wall Street consensus, the first and most significant one is that it tries to create a new asset class for the global financial system. And in most cases, this relies on this idea that we can have more climate investment by relying on private-public partnerships, and these PPPs then can rely on some loans that some banks can use in order to get access to the global finance. For instance, they can securitize these loans, which is a standard technique that has been used over the last 20, 30 years in global finance, and create some securities that are very attractive for global financial investors. At the same time, the Wall Street consensus supports this idea of carbon pricing. And here we have a very significant problem, because carbon pricing is an idea that comes from mainstream economics. It assumes that we can put a price on carbon and then solve the problem of the climate crisis. We know how problematic this is. But on top of it, we have a policy tool that has been suggested for countries in the global north that is applied in exactly the same way in the global south. This is what the World Bank wants to do. So they want countries in the global south to use carbon pricing, and they want them to use that also because they argue, the argument is that they can use these revenues from carbon tax, for instance, in order to reduce their public debt. And finally, we have that the Wall Street consensus wants to protect, as I said before, the financial system from climate risks. And I think in the future, what we might see if this consensus dominates, we might have the central banks will act as climate rescuers of last resort. What does it mean? They will try to save the financial system and the financial investors in the global south if we have catastrophes from climate-related events. So it's very likely that in the future, if this Wall Street consensus becomes the dominant way of dealing with the climate crisis, central banks will intervene in order to protect the financial investors and not in order to protect the people in the global south. And just very briefly to summarize, because I know I don't have so much time, what are the main problems with the Wall Street consensus overall? So on top of what I just said, we have that this is a system that can create, this is a consensus that can create more financial fragility in the global south, because it increases at the end of the day the debt of countries in the global south. And at the same time, it relies on this idea that these countries need to rely on global financial investors, which means that the countries will become much more susceptible to the global financial cycle. So we will have probably a lot of inflows at some point and then a lot of outflows. And we know how problematic this is. Now, the other problem is that the priority of the Wall Street consensus is to create contracts that look financially viable for the private sector. We don't have here a policy whereby climate projects are designed in a way that supports the local population. We have that the projects have to be designed in a way that is conducive to the interests of the private sector. And of course, this is not going to work. And this might also create what someone could call a green financial colonialism, because we have right now that the financial system wants to use the opportunity for them of the climate crisis in order to make more profits, and they want to take decisions about how countries in the global south will address the climate crisis. And a very quick comment on carbon pricing. We know that carbon pricing has several problems. One of them is that it can increase inequalities quite a lot. And we also know that carbon pricing can have more significant effects on women compared to men, because, for example, energy is very important for social reproduction. And if we have an increase in the price of energy, this will have very negative effects on the well-being of women in the global south. Okay, in the last few minutes that I have, I will try to outline some elements of a social ecological transformation that will put environmental justice at its core. And I'm not going to be very detailed, but I would like to say a couple of things. First, about how we should look at climate mitigation in the global north, and second, at how we can think about climate justice and the global financial system. So if we look at the discussion so far about what countries in the global north can do in order to address the crisis, again, carbon pricing is at the core. We need very quickly on carbon to solve the problem. We need to have significant transformations that include green public investment, green industrial policy. We need to support sectors that can contribute to the reduction of emissions. we need to use development banking in a way that is conducive to investments that are important for climate. And we also need to use environmental regulation. If we take as given that the markets are not going to solve the problem, we need regulation in order to make sure that the decisions that will be taken from people and firms will be in line with the Paris Agreement. In the context of Europe, for instance, if we think about Spain, it's very important, of course, to change this austerity narrative. We cannot have more public green investment if we have this narrative that public debt is a problem. And of course, this is a very significant political issue that we have in the Eurozone. If this continues, it's very difficult to have the investment that is necessary in order to address the crisis. Another thing that is very important, and it was also highlighted quite a lot in the first session today, is that it's not just to have some policies that will promote green and will penalize dirty. We also need to change completely our consumption norms in the global north. We cannot continue consuming in the same way that we have done so far. Of course, a very significant responsibility for consumption norms is related to rich people, and we have to address this. But we cannot just rely on some changes in macroeconomic and financial policy to address the crisis. We need to think very differently about how we consume. And another issue that is very important and is going to become very significant also in the case of Europe because of the European Green Deal is that if, for example, we want to invest more in renewables, we cannot forget that these raw materials that are necessary for using solar panels and wind farms come from the global south, and people can be exploited in the global south because we might want to have more renewables in Europe. So we need to incorporate climate justice criteria in the way that we think about climate policies, and we need to take actions to deal with the injustices that climate policies can create. And in this context, I would like to say also a few things about the role of finance. First of all, what is important for the global south is to have the space to make decisions about how they want to address the climate crisis. And for example, Gaston Perry has talked so much about the importance of having climate reparations. If we recognize that there is a climate injustice problem, we need to have climate reparations that will give the space to countries to deal with the crisis. And for instance, if we think about how we can fund these reparations, there are several ways to do this, but we can also have, for instance, a dirty financial transaction tax, which will penalize the financial system that has the responsibility for the climate crisis, as I explained before. We also need to have debt relief programs that do not rely on conditionalities, but rely on the fact that countries in the global south have to spend more right now because of the climate crisis. Another thing that is very crucial is that if you look at climate finance from developed countries to developing ones, in most cases, this climate finance has the form of loans. Loans create debt, debt create financial fragility. In the long run, it can lead to a crisis. So we need to have more grants that focus not only on how countries in the global south can reduce their emissions, but focus also on how they can spend on climate adaptation and how they can deal with the climate-related damages and losses. And the final thing that I would like to say is that when we talk about central banks in the global north, one thing that is very important is that these central banks have a very strong position in the global financial architecture. The way that the global financial system has been developed has as a result that the Bank of England, the Fed, have currencies that are very strong and that are at the top of the currency hierarchy at the global level. This means that they can very easily print money in order to support their economies. But this is not the case in the global south. And if we want to be serious about climate justice, we need to find ways to use this printing power that central banks have in order to support countries in the global south. So we can have the central banks in the global north can print money in order to support countries in the global south. And of course, all these elements of this agenda cannot be implemented right now because of the political environment. As I said, the Wall Street consensus is a dominant narrative about how we can deal with the crisis. It's very difficult to change that, but I think it's also important to be clear on what we would like to achieve. And I think that it's necessary to change the political environment. The climate crisis is going to become worse in the coming years. So we really need to have alternatives and to be ready to use any type of political power in order to fundamentally transform the way that the global financial system works. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yanis, Ingrid. Let's hope policymakers take note of your talk, and many thanks for being here and for your time. In a few minutes, we will be with Maristela Svampa and with Barbara Jerez Enriquez discussing lithium and the limits of the material limits of this planet. Thanks everyone for joining.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Good luck with the next session.
Buena suerte con la siguiente sesión.
Muy buenas tardes a todas y a todos.
Good afternoon to everyone that are participating in this session, and also especially those that have been with us from 3:30 in Spain and 9 a.m. in the South. I like to especially greet them because they have been waiting for this last panel today in this attempt to speak and discuss about development models related to extractivism through heterodox views and multidisciplinary ones. Now we will speak about lithium extractivism and planetary limits with two exceptional guests. We have with us Maria Estela Svampa from Argentina. She's a sociologist, researcher, and writer, professor at the National University, and at present she's in Cambridge as a fellow professor. Then we will have Bárbara Jerez Enriquez, is a researcher at the Faculty of Social Science at the Concepción University in Chile, and also from the Plurinational Observatory of OPSAL. I don't want to use any more of your time, especially for those that are following us. So Maria Estela, without further ado, you have the floor. Good afternoon to everyone, and thank you for the kind invitation to this heterodox dialogue between both continents in relation to a political experience that is now starting in Chile. We will speak about lithium extractivism and planetary limits, and I want to share a PowerPoint with you. Let's see if this works. You please indicate me if you can see my screen.
¿Están viendo?
Can you see?
Sí, disculpen, pero sentí un eco y me quedé
Yes,
frisada.
there was a small echo. But before anything, I'm now having some technical difficulties. Now, okay. Before anything, I'd like to speak in a very briefly way the framework of the lithium problems in today's discussions. I use two elements to understand the current crisis: the anthropocentric collapse and transition. The anthropocenic concept speaks about the planetary scope of the current crisis. On the anthropogenic nature, the existence of a threshold that we have already overcome that states the natural ecological limits of the system. When we speak about the anthropocentric approach, implies the lack of feasibility of the hegemonic development models, and it requires to reanalyze the global capitalism. To speak about collapse means the recognition of the anthropocentric view. We don't need the melting of the poles. We also see it with extreme climate events that happen more and more often, also through a pandemic that was never fully explained. And this reality of the collapse we're facing does not need to conclude into a dystopic narrative waiting for the end of the world with a non-political understanding of it. But in fact, it forces us to come out of our comfort zone, to look for a paradigm change. The recognition that this type of society is wrong in its relation with nature requires major changes. Collapse means the acknowledgement of an unavoidable transition towards a different socio-ecological regime. Transition is so unavoidable that whether in a chaotic manner or whether through corporate management that tries to slow down a greater collapse, or can be carried out through a fair transition that will require huge structural reforms. In today's presentation, lithium has a lot to do in this background, in the need to think of a transition from a different starting point, challenging the globality of much of the progressive thinking we see today. I will speak about the lithium triangle and the different strategies, and I will speak about the lack of sustainability of the energy transition through lithium, and I will conclude about some arguments about transition. If you see now this map that shows South America, but it shows the area, the so-called lithium triangle, where we have different sites that occupy 3 countries of South America: Bolivia, Argentina, and Chile. You know that lithium is a strategic mineral to load energies, is essential to progress towards an energy matrix based on renewable batteries in this change of mobility model towards electromobility. Argentina, Bolivia, and Chile concentrates in their sites 54% of global lithium reserves. You can find some other data. Those are the ones I have. So for this need of an energy transition, especially in relation to electric vehicles, make a great pressure on this region, a geopolitical one, so that the great global agents are present in the area of energy transition. For example, all the Toyota, VW, Volkswagen, General Motors, electric companies as Vestas or Tesla. And also something important to be taken into account: lithium tends to be concentrated in the value chain. There are very few companies in China and Japan that concentrate almost 50% of batteries production for the car industry. This is based on the extraction control that is also in a few hands: the North American Undermagnet, Chile, SQM, Oro Cobre, Hanfen, Linem, and a few 5 or 6 large global companies that concentrate the process of lithium extraction. Lithium is a water mining process, even though it's different from traditional metallic mining, but it uses huge amounts of water, drinking water, that is a scarce resource, and is a resource that we all need for life in context or in ecosystems that are critical in states that are very much impacted by climate change. In this area, the so-called the lithium triangle, there are also indigenous peoples and communities, peoples that are characterized by a great vulnerability, that are being subject to domination in their territories, that increase not only social inequalities, but also the life inequalities. As I said, lithium is water mining and using all this huge intensive use of water that indicates that they use 2 million liters of water per ton of lithium, and therefore they compete with other productive activities, especially of the communities living in those territories. They create solid waste that will become a problem. They have an impact on biodiversity and the territory. And we don't have to forget that those sites are in wetlands that are protected by the Ramsar agreement, and also the discussion about the conservation of wetlands in South America is one of the great environmental discussions right now. The fact that the water mining is not sustainable determines those territories as areas to be sacrificed, and they increase the ecological depth from the north to the south that now receives the name of a green economic transition required by the planet. This is a picture of those sites. This is the salt area of Volaros. And I would like to summarize briefly the strategies of those countries. I will not speak about Chile because I'm sure Barbara will speak about it with greater knowledge. But I would like to speak about Argentinians and Bolivian strategy in relation to lithium. Very briefly, this comes from at least 10 or 12 years ago in Bolivia. There's a saying by Evo Morales that synthesizes this project from the government. We want partners, we don't want owners. In 2008, Bolivia launched the national project of industrialization of resources. The strategy was set on different stages, first and second stage, related to stages of the economy, and the third was more related to the production and trade of the batteries. We should highlight that in addition to the conflicts that this generated and all the difficulties to the creation of the national company of mining sites in Bolivia there was a disruptive position in relations north and south about the control of this strategic resource in the territory, but nobody spoke about the climate or transition. You can remember that when Evo Morales was no longer in power, there was an episode in relation to lithium. In 2017, there was an agreement with a German company to build a lithium hydrogen plant. This was rejected with the Potosi Committee. The empowerment of unions and regional federations in this regard, and their role was very strong. In Argentina, there was no politics related to lithium. Lithium was never considered strategic. The politics was somewhat erratic. Lithium has the same regulatory framework as metallic mining and is clearly one of the activities more resisted in Argentina. This legal neoliberal framework is also related to the fact that natural resources in Argentina are not owned by the nation state, but after a reform of the constitution in 1994, they are now in the hands of the provinces, and therefore the provinces can use and abuse their tools to negotiate or generate greater conditions of environmental flexibility for the companies that want to be there. On general terms, we can say that the scenario in Argentina enhances, with the exception of the competition among the provinces, to generate more profits. But this is the case in the totality of those three provinces, where we can see that there isn't a strategy to control even the environmental impact generated by lithium activities, and they don't generate spaces for public participation is just export of lithium carbohydrate without added value. Because we have spoken about dependency in this scenario, we should remember that there are 58 projects now on different stages for this lithium extraction. In Chile, I would just add that for Chile, lithium was considered strategic, but is basically exploited by two private companies, SQM and Albemarle, that have exploited the site in Atacama. That is one of the areas of conflict where due to hydric stress, we see the social inequalities that were very acute. Something else that we should take into account are the narrative, the stories developed by the communities and peoples that today are against lithium extraction. I believe that the narratives that are now present as a way to resist against this type of extraction and domination are the more holistic, ancestral narrative related to the life of those peoples, but also related to the new eco-political narratives related to the territorial fights that were the case in Latin America in the last 20 years, well-being, the right for nature, territory, self-determination, water and common resources. Water is always central, but also sustainability of life. A good example of this are the 33 communities of Las Sabinas Grandes in Argentina that I had a chance to visit before the pandemic in 2020, where we see there is a recreation of a narrative that is related to the ancestral tradition, rooted in the idea that the sites create
that the salt flat is linked to the ancestral collective use of water. And here we can see it's not only a question of this discourse linked to the defense of human rights, and not only to the rights of indigenous peoples recognized at a national, international level by legislation, but also the rights of nature. This is a basic, and it is at the center of this definition of strategic critical ecosystems, and is behind the environmental struggles in Latin America, and lithium isn't an exception. Here you can see a few photographs from Argentina. These were taken in January 2020. Just to give you an example. Now, the second part of my talk is linked to the ambivalence of renewable energies. Whenever I talk about this, I think when we talk about fossil fuels, we have a big problem in Argentina with fracking and offshore prospecting, and not only in Argentina, but in Colombia and Brazil as well. But we clearly maintain that fossil fuels and natural gas cannot form part of the transition. They're part of the old world of predatory extractivism. And lithium forms part of both worlds, the predatory extractivism on the one hand, but also the key for the energy transition. And this has to do with the way in which we understand this energy transition. And I say predatory extractivism because everything we've seen, the impact on the territory, the biodiversity, transnational nature of exploitation, which means that there is a model of dispossession that doesn't only increase the ecological debt, but guarantees that lithium batteries are built in other countries, facilitating the energy transition in northern countries, but sacrificing at the same time the southern countries and not taking into account the participation and opinion of the local communities. So obviously, we are subsidizing the transition of rich countries. But in addition to that, the problem with lithium shows the concept of transition we have. Yanis said there's no question of infinite growth. There is a scheme of metabolic unsustainability and transition because there is no change of system, of the energy system or of social relations as such. It's considered that there is just a change of source. We go from fossil fuels to renewable fuels, but there's no other change. For example, from the extraction model or the model of consumption or the model of how to deal with waste and how to deal with consumer issues. This whole model is unsustainable, and lithium at the moment is a false solution for a fair transition. There's a report which shows this. The amount of mineral in the framework of the present consumer model is incredible, an increase of almost 500% from here to 2050 of minerals such as lithium and cobalt, which would mean that the countries in the south will become huge open cast mines. This is one of the most widely resisted activities in the whole of Latin America. Look here at how the demand of these strategic metals would increase. Nickel, copper, cobalt. This is to build 20 million electric cars per year. 24 million electric cars is what is a forecast for 2030. This shows us clearly that the planet could certainly not deal with such an increase of consumption. If the energy transition involves only changing the type of energy we use, ensuring an individual car for every European or American citizen, the solution is going to be very short term because it's not sustainable. We could say there are different kinds of transitions. With regard to what we're seeing in the lithium industry, we're seeing a cooperative transition, a new green imperialism or green colonialism, but it's a transition that's controlled by the large corporations and has a very clear private interest that will benefit countries in the global north. Over recent years, particularly in the pandemic, there have been debates about transitions, particularly about the energy transition. We've heard mentions here of the European Green Pact. These formed part of the central agenda of the northern countries, but both the European Green Pact and the new Green Deal in the US are not green deals, they're not green agreements that can be reconciled with fair and just transition in geopolitical terms. We're trying to combine social and environmental transition, but just for certain areas. We need the incorporation of trade unions that, and in this conception, it's a very chaotic scenario right now when we have a climate crisis, a war, social crisis, and more and a growth of the extreme right. So the just transition that is spoken of in Europe since the Green Pact is a fallacy. We need a just transition from the geopolitical point of view, just for the Global South, because in the Global South, we can clearly see that we can't just follow the trends in the North. We need to incorporate the opinion of the Global South to an approach that includes very basic issues such as participative democracy in the case of prospections. You can't advance without the social acceptance of the populations, other methods of extraction. And I'm not trying to defend technological modernization. We need the global value chain to be controlled so that we move away from the South just being commodity exporters. And we have to look to regional coordination between the countries that make up the lithium triangle and national policies that link not only action with public policies and technology, but also that incorporate the participation of the communities. Without social participation, there will not be a just transition, and there will not be a real people's transition in the South. So there's a problem, because this isn't being debated. We're not debating enough about the eco-sociological transition or the energy transition in the South, in Latin America, because the governments don't have that on their agenda. They're talking about more extractivism. We must be aware of this. If we don't intervene in this debate, we're going to continue to be told what to do by the global North. If we don't intervene with proposals for a just transition from the South, we're going to continue with the problem, sacrificing our territories and our populations. The transition involves a socio-ecological change. A change of regime. We're talking about a holistic, integral approach that involves bearing in mind the link between the climate, etc., and society. And we need to understand that it's not possible to go back to the previous regime or the previous model. Secondly, this situation, which is a crisis situation, obliges us to think in normative terms, regulatory terms. What kind of society do we want to create? What kind of Anthropocene do we want to create? Bearing in mind good living, a decent life. But this definition has to be based not only in regional policies and national laws, but also the incorporation, the full incorporation of the peoples of the South. We can't base an energy transition on a model that doesn't involve the participation of peoples. We don't have an instruction book about the transition, but as José Carlos Moratti said, we do have a roadmap, and this roadmap will certainly help us to base the transition on a decent life, on social justice and in geopolitical terms. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Maristela, for this integral presentation. And you've spoken about so many different things, but you've managed to sum everything up so well. So I think this has shown us Europeans what our contradictions are. We are on the periphery of Europe, and we also feel that we have lots of things in common with the Global South. Now we're going to give the floor to Barbara Jerez. Barbara, you have the floor. Good afternoon, good evening, everybody. It's an honor to be here sharing this wonderful panel. And here were women here. It's all women seeing different points of view about transitions that are linked to lithium mining, which is a kind of mining that increases inequalities and generates lots of problems in the solution to the crisis, because the crisis seemed to be generating more crises. The focus is still territories. I'm going to share my presentation with you. It's quite similar to what Stella said, so perhaps we're going to be complementary. Can you see it all? If there are any problems with the connection, please let me know. Okay, so we have to start, I think, by looking at the paradoxes of the crisis climate. It's not only a climate crisis, it's a crisis in the way of conceptualizing the problem and seeing what the alternatives are, because we're basing ourselves on a dichotomic view of the world without actually analyzing the crisis itself. We're thinking in the same way, and the fact that we're thinking in the same way is making the problem worse. It's the vision that has subjugated local knowledge, local cultures that have been linked to nature and territory. So it's a crisis of what De Souza calls the epistemology of blindness, because it denies epistemological diversity at a territorial level in the world, because of all the inequalities that exist. The lack of this, the lack of plurality is making the situation worse. So the lithium crisis is reflecting this. The lithium boom, is a mineral really the solution? A mineral that we are firmly defending as a society. The debate in Chile has been incredible regarding the lithium, which is seen as being the solution to everything, environmental, historical aspects, and the society that is not really familiar with the salt flats where the lithium is found. Those people don't realize the impact and the problems of production. So they are just getting excited about it, but they're not really thinking about how Latin America has had more inequality and more poverty precisely because of extractive activities. Here, you can see this is the basis of cooperative transition. We're going to create a low emissions market, and that will generate minerals being extracted, such as lithium, and cobalt, etc. And they have all created problems in the areas where they are mined. There's a historic weight here of these. Now, lithium mining is in the salt flats that are shared by Bolivia, Argentina, and China, but they're also in the US, and there are smaller deposits here in Europe. And in our case, we have the Andean area, that's where they are. They are territories which are marginalized. They've already suffered because of extractive activities in the past. In the Atacama Desert, for example, copper mining. And there are 4 other minerals. So we have to bear in mind this whole complex framework. There are lots of indigenous populations there.
And with non-indigenous population in places that were marginalized, with the structural poverty and with a great deal of inequalities throughout history. So in this process, we see that those salt flats are in a deep environmental crisis, and there are territories that on behalf of a green transition will be even more exploited. So we see this colonial practice in these structural inequalities that place those territories as areas of sacrifice, as spaces that should be exploited as the only solution in this rhetoric of saving the humanity. And this triangle of the lithium, that is a territory, but does not correspond to a local territory, is an imposed way of analyzing space from Europe. This concept of a triangle is also very instrumental when we see that locally the relations are circular. There are people that have different bonds with simultaneous relations, and people that understand this territory in a circular manner and not as a triangle. So we see this viewpoint that does not take into account local territorial viewpoints, only as a destination for lithium extraction, building an identity very different from the local one, ancestral communities that have to do with a different ethos. And we see in those territories that have been hyper-exploited by the mining, they have problems related to climate change. We're talking about Atacama's desert, the most arid areas in the world. So we should rethink about the conditions imposed by this mining extraction. But there is also a cultural fracture in those communities due to all those projects related to corporate social responsibility, but communities have become highly bureaucratized, and that has given rise a great level of conflict among the companies and the state. And we see the loss of traditions and human relations, which are elements that we should take into account when we speak about transitions. And lithium, for people that does not know, is the whitest of all metals and is used today for the manufacturing of batteries for electric vehicles. We see here an image of the so-called lithium triangle, this imposed concept in the territory that is generating an imaginarium of this place as the place of lithium. As I said at the beginning, there are high expectations related to this mineral that were developed at a global, national, and local level. And here we see the green rhetoric related to Enrique Duce and Viñolo, this rhetoric of saving humanity can also be applied to green theories that apply different subjectivities that end in the concept of lithium to save the climate change. If we don't exploit lithium, climate change will become a greater program. It will be very useful for national development. All of this is used as a rhetoric also to develop countries in the south. We will become more active, and there are many gaps that we can use lithium to overcome poverty and unemployment. This is very present in local communities. The firms promises solutions to historic and cultural problems, and also from the left, the idea of nationalizing lithium to fund social programs, education, and healthcare, but always at the cost, at the price of this territory. So we need to know what is the real impact of these promises around one single mineral. Here you have some images of the salt flats. This is in Atacama in the north of Chile, and each of those pools, salmuera is pumped and is watered with salt, and this salty water called salmuera is located in pools that are 300 meters long, 500 meters long, and to the right you can see those pictures. We see kilometers, and those waters never come back to the hydrological cycle, so the territory becomes drier and drier, and this water is used by many communities. There is farming activities, and there is a relation with aquifers, wetlands, and rivers that are part of the basin, and the hydric capacity of the territory is being diminished. Much of the water used by lithium has a lot of fossil components, and this water comes from very old minerary waters that are never regenerated. All of this generates a gap, and we don't really know what the impact of this might be. There are different resources and exploitation of lithium without taking this into account. Those are some more pictures about Atacama. So you see the place and the communities living in those territories. I'm showing those images so you can see these diverse places. And we have the idea that there's nobody living in the desert. There are empty spaces, places that should only be devoted to extracting mineral, and we need to overcome this way of understanding this territory and the impact of this colonial understanding of life is the cause for the emptying of these areas. And now I would like to share with you the environmental impact of this salt flat. Is one of the oldest in lithium extraction. Since the 1980s, there was already some pilot activities. In Chile, the lithium mining started with the dictatorship that considered it as a strategic resource. The state took the control of the lithium mining activities. There is a law that is still in place, but differently from other countries, is that the state, instead of giving this concession to private hands, it just leases it to companies. We're speaking about administrative contracts with FQM and Ademalfi, those two places. And in fact, the companies have been highly questioned due to corruption activities that have been denounced by the unions and by the state. So this contractual relationship between the government and the lithium extraction has been subject to corrupt practices, and in the research processes in the government, this has been stated as a fact. We see that there's a close, small market, only 2%. Chile has 2% of the copper market, and we now see the rise of all those expectations about lithium. And we see other mining extraction as copper and other spaces. So we really need to think about all those specificities. There are territories that have shown a next exhaustion due to the climate change, the mining and climate change. But the mining activities have been an accelerator of this process. The lithium mining is based on water that has an impact on the area. When we think about maintaining the wetlands, agriculture, and the communities, we don't recognize the hydric quality of this salty water in Chile or other countries. So they are only considered as a mining property. And here we see that in the legislation, in the regulation, we need to be more precise about how to label the hydric condition of those sites. It has salt, but it's water, and is a mining water intensive that is different from the rock mining. This is in a watery area, is carried out in a watery area. So we need to have the regulatory framework adapted to it. Otherwise, they will face a total agony. There's also a problem from the companies. There are difficulties with those companies, and we see more and more reports where we see the lack of information about the evaporated water, lack of information about the impact on the ecosystem and the importance of this water. The law establishes that companies have to give back this salty water, the salmuera, that they don't use, because this has to go back to the territory, but there isn't clear information of the impact. They are fragile ecosystems, and these type of activities have an impact on the hydric levels, on the species that live from the microbiological viewpoint. the flora and fauna of the wildlife is also impacted. And as Marisela said, we extract more than 2 million liters for extracting lithium, and this is evaporated and never comes back to the cycle. We're talking about a territory where rivers are also exhausted. San Pedro and Mirama no longer had water, and that was in 2016, which makes the situation of this territory even worse. And copper mining that had a previous existence had already dry many different water bodies in the country, and therefore the conditions in which the state and companies are operating in the territory are not the right ones to guarantee a sustainable transition with productive chains that are really clean and that might allow to a real development. We also have reports from the state, the corporation to promote the production that has the ownership of lithium mining. In 2018, they made a hydrological report stating that there are more than 2,000 liters of water. So, and here we are using 2,000 liters more than the system can regenerate. And we see also the Ministry of the Environment that has presented some claims against the companies, and there's been a political struggle around this situation. So here we need to really think about the real conditions in which those companies are operating and what is really happening in the territories. And from then on, thinking about the possibility of whether expanding or increasing the exploitation. New exploitations are being authorized. New bidding processes are now in Chile. There was a tender bid, quite polemic, for 16 salt flats without really knowing about this situation of them. And the research being conducted are just preliminary, and all of them declared the importance of knowing the social and environmental situation of the territory in which they will be located. In this situation, it's very difficult to think about a social and ecological transition. This, which I've already mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, hasn't really been tackled in lithium mining, and we believe is very relevant. We have discussed this a lot in our observatory. We are a plurinational network of researchers, colleagues from Argentina and Chile, and also environmental organizations, where we are really considering that this fracture should be considered as an impact. This is having a negative impact of the daily life, of the wages, problems created by the companies. There are agreements with indigenous populations, but with clauses that limit the right to protest. And in the middle of all of this, there is an absence of the state in these territories. So there are ongoing conflicts in relation to the funding of these companies. And even though some resources are being channeled there, we see that there is more and more inequality and poverty, and therefore this logic of a shared value is also a driver for territorial inequalities. And I think I'm going to get to the end of my presentation, but those global solutions are really making the crisis in the territory being deeper and deeper. Many of those sites are environmentally damaged, and they are approving new lithium extraction activities in areas that are really devastated. They are also having an impact on the hydric crisis. Also in those salt floods, we see that some of the practices contribute to overcome the climate crisis, but are always subordinated because we speak about a global solution, increasing lithium extraction. In Atacama, there are wetlands that are important carbon reserves, and there are local initiatives, but lithium extraction is degrading those wetlands, and the territory ends up being totally exposed. So the global demand for lithium is imposed on the territory. We're thinking about the markets related to huge demands of minerals that are not really related to the availabilities of the original territory. So there's a discussion about the way the North understand the world and the availability of the minerals. So there are structural inequalities here where we play with the illusion that this mineral might be the solution to all our problems, but we need to set the right conditions. And finally, we need to think about the solutions for climate change, and the future is not very bright if we think of it. So we need to include into the discussion those local specificities, which are basically the impact that those global solutions have. And we need solutions outside the markets. And we need more environmental and social justice, focusing on the local realities, thinking about the limits and the possibilities to face the climate change. And we see the experiences of those territories. We need to understand them to see what are the solutions at a world level to face this.
Testimonio de un compañero líder atacameño, Licanantay.
This is the testimony of a colleague who said this way, telling governments, I would like to tell them that they should be careful with people who live in this area, because we feel that we're invaded. We feel neo-colonialism, a new invasion, which is dangerous. And one of the greatest fears that we have as a group is that this can harm us. This lithium is wanted for tomorrow. They may be able to even invade us to get it, and forget that we have already been invaded by foreign industry, the right to live in peace, and that we're not defending all the time. And thank you very much. Thank you very much, Barbara, for showing us things that from this part of the world we could maybe only suspect. But with your presentation, you've made things very, very clear. You've spoken about very significant nuances, particularly related to the territory or this aspect of the intervention in certain territories. Time, I'm afraid, has run out, and I'm afraid we're going to have to stop here. I'd like to really thank you. This has been an exceptional end to a wonderful day today, and it's going to serve as a contribution to the theoretical framework to rethink forms of cooperation from the periphery of Europe, which is what has brought us together. From the periphery of Europe, from the South, the Global South, amongst the Global South, South-South, it's been made clear that we can overcome the contradictions of the energy crisis that we only imagine from the north or the periphery of Europe. We have this double role here, particularly from Spain. And this form of development of predatory extractivism, and that brings together the aspect of territorialism in the framework of geopolitics. So thank you, Barbara. Thank you, Maristela. And for those of you who've been listening today, tomorrow we're going to continue. We're going to start at 4 o'clock in the Central European time with a talk about accumulation by conservation and crypto-colonialism. So thank you very much, everybody, and good evening. Bye-bye.
Gracias a todos. Muchas gracias.
Invitación, que estén muy bien. Maristela, Vestrynge.